Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be doing some dailies as healers. Which of course means that I will at least be playing healer for this entire stream, pretty much. Who knows, maybe we can get 4 healers, 8 healers for the different roulettes, and then that's going to get really exciting. But we'll see where we go from there. Hey Intila, hey Lemon, hey Orion, hey Tristan, hey Gelano, I hope you're all doing very well. And Lemon says, gotta love there's already a garden party. You know what, it's actually not unusual that like a few people show up before the stream start, since you know where to find me. Let's see, among the people here, I'm guessing only Intila and Gelano can join for expert roulette, if you want to join, of course. Hey Fila, I hope you're doing well despite it being super late. Hey Harley J says finally get to catch a stream. Oh, well, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And hey Rico, I hope you're doing well as well. And hey Zach D&D, good evening to you. Tila says my savage starts in 45 minutes. I might as well just teleport to you. Fair enough. That is actually a pretty interesting thing. I don't know how common the different raid schedules are in Final Fantasy XIV Savage raid statics, but in World of Warcraft it wasn't uncommon to require that everyone shows up like 15 minutes before the hour, specifically because if it's like 20 people that you need to collect, then someone being 5 minutes late is really annoying if you want to start, 8 sharp. So demanding everyone aims to show up at 1945 already alleviates that a bit. It's not perfect, but you could just quietly tell the guy who always shows up 30 minutes late that they should actually show up at 1930, and maybe that solves it. Actually, pretty funny story with that. I had a friend group at the university where we would host parties together, and someone would always show up 2 or 3 hours late. He would always shuffle into the party super late. So there was this one time where we told him that the party starts 3 hours sooner, and he didn't even flinch or question the fact that the party started at 2 in the afternoon. He just showed up at 5. So, I mean, all's well that ends well, right? Hey guys, I hope you're doing well as well. Harley says, thank you for answering my comment about the Dark Knight opener using Provoke. Oh right, that was you. Well, I try to answer all the questions that I get on my videos as best as I can. I can't always deliver a satisfying answer, and I don't think I missed a question yet. Sometimes it can be difficult. The YouTube notification system has a tendency to miss stuff when there's a lot of notifications, so sometimes I just don't get a notification. So that's particularly problematic when it's responses, people commenting on my comment to them and things like that. Oh, Orion's here. Yeah, exactly, Orion. If everyone starts working at starting raid 15 minutes beforehand, then people will be in position to start raid on time. Instead of people logging in on the hour and going, oh right, food buffs, and yeah, I need potions and flasks, and oh, I need my symbols of kings or whatever. I also actually need to respec because over the weekends I was doing some PvP. You know how it goes. So on and so forth. By giving you those 15 minutes, giving them to you by demanding that you take them, everyone's ready on time. You know, funny that, Orion, because my guild at the start of Legion did all that too, yet somehow people still somehow weren't prepared. Insider says the only Savage Alliance raids are dead. What? Which Savage Alliance raid? Oh, the Delubrum Reginae ones. Hey Tracy and Angel, I hope you're both doing well. And Matthew and Jet and Eska. You found lore. Like, what kind of lore? Everyone's welcome to show up. Does anyone need a check on my house? It's, Lot 36, Ward 29. You're always welcome to come over if you want. Would you like the lore? Remember that there's some people in the chat that has not completed the MSQ, so this might not be the best place to discuss deep lore. Ninsvila says there are Delubrum and Eureka, very rare to see groups doing them. There's this Discord called the Late Night Discord. I don't know if that's Europe or just Chaos, but they regularly do, like, coordinated groups for those things, I believe. You could try that. Only spoilers are for P9. Does it have something to do with the mage and the monk? Late night is chaos only. Well, there you go. Right. The two speaking souls used have been identified. Oh, who are they then? I was actually thinking about that, like, today. Look at this matching cherry pink dress. If you want to, until I think we can do it before your Savage raid, if it's at the quarter before the hour. Scylla and Glacia Labolas from the Crystal Tower raids. Ah. Interesting. Yeah, that's true, as Angel says. Late night is chaos only, but technically you can just go to chaos. It's just that the things are going to be happening on chaos. Right. So, we have 4 that can play healer, I believe. So, I think it's complicated. Either a lot of pure healers will be helpful to, like, give a lot of healing, or a lot of barrier healers will be helpful to repeatedly barrier up. I'm thinking that one barrier healer is the most effective, and I'm guessing that Scholar is going to be the more effective because of the more consistent shields. On the other hand, Sage can more easily, like, throw out shields again and again and again. So, not sure. We can also see what we have to work with. Like, we're just doing it for fun. I would like to play Sage, at least. So that's my target. Sage or Scholar? And you want cards for more damage? I don't actually think that cards will be super great because of the damage that we'll be doing, but as we're doing it for fun, I don't really have any restrictions on what people can go as. Like, if you want to play Astrologian, then we can do that. I'm guessing this is Jet. We're healers, but... It looks good. Let's get started. And welcome to my house, Jet. We'll see if we can do it. We should probably not pull big, is what I'm thinking. We should not pull big. Hey, Meoels. How are you doing? We're going to heal you to death. We will try. This might work. This might work. Uh-oh. Certainly, I think we found a solution to the aggro problem. Because it seems Scholar just has slightly better, like, damage output. Which ultimately is going to be what makes or breaks the aggro difference. Until we have well, until we have Aflato's Misery. Yes, Scholar is the main tank now. Finally, my practice from all these solo streams is finally paying off. Scholar has become the actual tank. Scholar's a tank now, always has been. I mean, in a tight spot, we might be able to employ the JoJo defense, as you know. Run. This is way easier than when we were going DPS squad with summoners. I cast tank. They have no blade. I think this can work. I don't think we have the overwhelming force to do a big pull. I don't think we have that much. But one pack at a time, this works just fine. Do a wall-to-wall, bet you won't. I probably won't. You know, it is a shame, Eska, that Blue Mage can't. I believe Blue Mage can't even queue for roulettes, even if you have a full light party. Can you? Or can you? I'm actually not sure anymore. It's been a while. Ow. Uh-oh. Target switch. Maybe if it's unrestricted, you cannot do roulettes when it's unrestricted. We need enmity management. What do you mean? This is fine. Where's Quelling Strikes? that's a callback. Wow. Next up, gold bears, but oops, all healers. You know what? If we bring enough healers that all had gold bears unlocked, we could do that. But I don't think that's going to happen. Oh yeah, Gilano says we also have 4 reposes, so technically we could sleep like a small army. Let me just well, this is awkward. There we go. Oh, this is going to get awkward because Scholar does not have the strongest DPS on a single target. The boss watching me crit farm. That's like, what's it? I've seen multiple machinimas of that in World of Warcraft, of like making fun of the fact that the raid group just like walks into the boss room and like puts up a feast, has a little talk, goes over every single move that the boss has. The boss knows this, they can hear it, and they're just kind of watching them prepare. And then they just kind of get bodied. Also the part that when the boss sometimes wins, they get like 5 minutes of breathing, and then the raiders are back and just do it again. Oh. Tidal breath. Well, we can certainly see who's... the interesting thing is that you can actually take strong, like, really strong arm the aggro by using strong, like, upfront healing. Because on a single target, that will actually amount to a decent amount of enmity. Now, the problem there is that I'm not actually sure how much enmity barriers amount to. I'm guessing that it's same, but I'm not sure. Ooh. I think I took that pretty well. All the damage reduction and barriers. Yeah, exactly, Lemon. I think I finally got rid of them. Why do I still hear boss music? You just like hear the boss music like slowly like come back, like as if they're like holding like some sort of like speaker and walking down the hall. I don't think I've ever seen this fight go this long. Ow. Ow. You know, at first I was very worried about doing this because I was thinking we probably just immediately die when we get hit by a tank buster. Not so bad because you can just raise the person again, but if you fall too far behind on the damage from the boss, then you can't recover even with 4 healers. So that's what I was most worried about. But I think we can do this. Especially because the bosses coming up are not known to have particularly insane amounts of like tank buster damage, so we're probably fine. I'm being pecked. Ow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow, ow. We can try and wall-to-wall pull the next one. Just to see if we can do it. Or rescue trolls. No, there's 2 hand trolls here, as you can see. We might be fine with just spamming out heals, yeah. The main concern is that, as you can see, the enemies here, they do like a third of my health if all of them gets a swing. So... Oh, I lost one of them. I'm a bit worried. I can't see the telegraphs super well, if there are any. And that works. I'm uncertain whether we can do it back to back. Matthew says, yeah, 11 says, Scholar level 100 ability is just Eos bonking the boss with an entire kitchen sink. And Matthew says, actually, it's an upgrade to make Fey Illumination actually work on abilities. Now that would be something else. This feels strangely familiar. Bosses using AoE attacks are like, they're doing the least threatening thing in their toolkit. Like on solo streams, the least scary thing a boss can do is cast an AoE attack. Give it 2 charges on Expedient. So we can have 20 seconds of sprint again? On Expedient? That's what it used to be. Nailed it. Yeah, exactly. As Matthew says, the most scary thing a boss can do is auto attack. And that's like, that's also true in solo challenge for the most part, especially on a healer. That the scariest thing the boss can do is often like repeated, uninterrupted auto attacks. Like if you thought that it was scary, that it was a little underwhelming that a superhero used consecutive regular punches, you'll find that that is surprisingly effective against not a tank. Effective against someone who can't take it. Oh wow. 0 damage. I don't think I've ever seen this move. It's really funny when you go to a boss you've never seen go past a certain time frame, and then you discover that, oh, it actually has like 1 or 2 abilities you've never seen. Like the first boss in Matoya's Relict, a lot of players don't know that it has a stack mechanic. Also true, Angthon has like he has the equivalent of like a Ninja Mage Bunny mistake near the end of the fight that people never see. Yeah, I have a feeling now, like I see you are all talking about level 100 toolkits. I have a feeling that what we're going to get is either a lot of, I'm going to do a big pull, a lot of ability pruning, like we're going to lose actions, or things are going to be mixed together in some way. Or most of the things we get at level, like from level 90 to 100 is just going to be improvements to existing actions and nothing else. Because there isn't space for anything. And we don't have any more space. So it makes sense that we don't get any more. Yeah, Summoner, Warrior, I think, could also fit some more actions. There are a few that could definitely, like, store a few extra things. But, there are some jobs that have no space left. Like, not a single slot for anything. I specifically suggested that I would like to see summoners get more options during their primal stuff. So that you might not need to summon all 3, so that instead of it being use your 3 Lego pieces, it changes to use the Lego pieces that you need, like specialize them in some way, so that you don't actually have to use all 3 if it isn't particularly convenient. You know, the thing that made this the least convenient was that the fights took way longer. But other than that, this wasn't that scary. Double weaved continuation, yeah. Paladin gets like 8 more steps to their blades. So they're just sitting there mashing Confiteor. Dun, 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 dun. I don't think if we... I don't know if we need this, but we've been here for 20 minutes already, so, you know. have an hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm like. We've already been here for a while, so me spending a few minutes for like or a moment on fishing a little bit for buffs or for a bigger shield probably isn't going to be a big deal. I think it would be really cool if Paladin got more like magic options that like mix things up a bit. Maybe other things than Holy Spirit and Holy Circle, but I don't know what they would do because they're definitely not getting a dot. That's not happening. I could have used Expedient there. I think I'll keep it for the was it a breath stroke? You know, Coco, Paladin used to have a dot attached to the last step of their blade combo. Oh. Well, I mean... So much for saving Expedient, am I right? I feel like this is around the time where the boss is normally supposed to be dead. Or like getting close. Red's Adventure says, any suggestions on melee DPS that feel fun to play? Well, what tank did you play? Which tank did you enjoy the most? Oh yeah, we have Limit Break. Uh-oh. That is a maximum distance. I guess Intila just decided, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm just taking the breath. Warrior and Dark Knight mainly. I think if you've never played a melee DPS, then I think Reaper is like the closest you could possibly get to something that is akin to Warrior and Dark Knight in a way, because it's the only one of the melee DPS that have like a resource that you like stockpile and stockpile and stockpile and then like burst. Like a little bit similar to Dark Knight and Warrior. There's also the part that it's a relatively relaxed DPS job compared to all the other ones. So it might be a very good, at least a very good starting point. We try that first, and you see if you like it. If you feel like that it's a little slow, then you have like, then you know better how you're feeling about melee DPS and take something that goes a little faster. "25 minutes. Matthew says, well, if top is anything to go by, healers are already unneeded. Yeah. So I think the key problem with healers in Final Fantasy XIV is that because most jobs are being given defensive stuff, like, we're reaching a point where what do you give a DPS? Could give them a defensive option. You could give them more attacks. That's the same thing that healers are running into. Like, what did Scholar get from level 90 to 100? They got an additional healing ability, like just another one for the pile. Scholar is so overstacked with heals that I used Protraction once, simply because I forgot that I had it, because we have so many heals. And that applies to all healers. Like, what do you do? Part of the problem is that if you give healers, any healer, a healing spell, any healing spell, everyone will look at it as, this is useless, because what you see is, I can't use Broil while I'm using this. So it's, in that way, it's just useless. Red's Adventure says, is there currently a best healer? Depends on your group. Depends on your group. If you check like rankings in like logs, most of the like top end groups, those that have the highest scores, are typically Scholar and Astrologian together. But in less coordinated groups, the less coordinated the group is, the better White Mage and Sage becomes, because they don't rely on raid buffs. Like, they are not providing raid buffs, so their personal damage, their personal performance matters more. So it depends on the group, really. I suppose Scholar might be strongest because it has like some sort of like, it's not as supportive as Astrologian, and it's not as selfish as White Mage and Sage, but it depends. It like ultimately depends on your group, and more importantly, the damage difference, like the actual damage performance between the four healers, is small enough that it doesn't matter. In most content, it just doesn't matter. And if we looked at other roles, say tanks, the same applies. It doesn't actually matter which tank you play, because all four are good enough. Depending on your group composition, a specific combination of tanks might be slightly superior, or maybe dependent on the specific fight. This actually even applies to DPS jobs. What your group is has an impact on what is better, so ultimately the best you can do is play what you like. Incidentally, for you the player, the healer that is going to do best is the one you find the most fun. The tank that you will do best with is the tank you find the most fun, and the DPS you will find the most fun, or you will do the best with, is the one you find the most fun. Simply because if you actually think the job is fun, you will be likely to spend more time with the job in general. If you're only playing, I don't know, Black Mage in Savage Raids because it does big damage, but you actually hate the job, you despise it, the instant Savage Raid is over for the week, you're like, great, over in the bookcase with you, I don't want to see you for a week, or for the rest of the week at least. You're not going to get very good at Black Mage. But if you liked playing Summoner, you would find ways to do better. Yes, I know, Summoner doesn't have that many options to get like really complicated or optimize in, but there are ways, and the people to know that are typically the Summoner mains. Like, the same thing applies with Reaper. The same thing applies with Reaper. I think pretty much everyone agrees that Reaper is the easiest melee DPS. Just like flat out, hands down, the easiest melee DPS. But if you ask a Reaper main, they'll be like, oh, but actually we have a super fixed rotation when we're optimizing, and actually at this specific time in this specific fight you have to do this differently to what you normally have to do, which is actually way more complicated than this other job has, what they have to do, because Reaper's actually more complicated than you think, and that's because they dug deeper and found something. Exactly, Ali says the skill falls low, the skill ceiling is high. And sometimes, and I think a good example of that is Red Mage. Red Mage is like, okay, its skill floor is a little, like, it's a little deceptive because some players might not actually find the dual casting aspect very easy. But once you've gotten over that hump, the skill floor of Red Mage is like really low, like not much higher than Summoner. But that's the skill floor. I've heard some players in agreement that in certain aspects, Red Mage can be harder to optimize than Black Mage. Like, the peak of the skill, like, mountain to climb is higher than the Black Mage one. It's just usually there's way more focus on the Black Mage one because the mountain that Black Mage climbs is like more like normal, whereas the Red Mage one is like, you know, like almost flat, and then you get like to the last few percent and it just goes like for the last little bit you just have like an almost vertical mountain to climb just to get that last little bit of extra damage, and it typically doesn't matter, right? And also, you usually wouldn't use Red Mage if you're passing, for example. Usually. And I say usually because the people that, you know, get the high rankings are usually the Black Mages. But the best Red Mages are really good. Right, I believe Intila has to Savage Raid in like 3 minutes. So to save their raid leader from failing to invite them, I'll just make sure they're not in my group. But yeah, my point is that the most important thing is playing the job that you think is most fun. Alright, Intila, good luck. The most important thing is playing a job you enjoy, and that's why it's more like if Red's Adventure had said which melee DPS is the best one I've only tanked, I would have instead said how would you like to play melee DPS, because the answer is not to look up FF logs and tell you what the DPS does the most damage on average, because that's not going to work for you. Do we have a... Does anyone else want to come in and be healer number 4? Or do we not have a healer number 4 for level 90 roulette? I'm willing to take a player number 4 as well if there's anyone that wants to come that don't have a healer. But we need you to have access to level 90 dungeons. I'm very surprised, Jet, that your main is on US when you're in Denmark. Is it like a friend group thing? All your friends are American. Oh. A funny story with that. I was playing Monster Hunter World for a while. Back when Monster Hunter World was new, and my friend group that I found through that game were all Americans. And some of them played Final Fantasy XIV, but we could never meet because US, right? So, similar problem. Well, if we're just the 3 of us for this one, then I suppose you will have to go with a more normal group composition. Gilano, do you want to be a tank or a DPS? Mocha says, I'd rather bring a red mage to a group than any other caster. Just to have their reses. Utilities nuts reduces the stress on healers by a ton, especially in proc content. That's true. The awkward thing is if that red mage is not like a main or something to that effect, then they might like who was it? I think it was Bondi that on the Discord server that complained that they had to play play red mage during some of the proc in this raid tier, and only was allowed to play black mage during the later fights where they assumed or expected that the DPS check would be really strict. Oh, this tank is like just on the cusp of not having enough gear to join, I think. Do you see that HP difference? This is going to be rough. Eska, I know there's a bunch of players that miss old Summoner. I also miss old Summoner. The thing is that I can acknowledge that old Summoner was a mess. Like, it was just a mess. The way I described it normally is that it was trying to do too many things, and I feel like I'm in a fair position to say that because I was a Summoner main in Shadowbringers, and Summoner was my first job in Final Fantasy XIV. So, you know, I feel like normally I say that, like, for example, I don't know what Dragoon ultimately needs because I'm not a Dragoon main. I don't know exactly what Astrologian needs. I have my wishes for what Dragoon and Astrologian could have, but that's not on me to decide because I don't know what they need because it's not like my main. But I was a Summoner main, and the specific things that I was like looking at was the pet system. The pet system doesn't really work. The dots are kind of meaningless because you're like it's just like a footnote in your rotation, honestly. Your ether flow thing is sort of pointless. You can only do like one thing with it because Bane doesn't cost any ether flow anymore. You can't. Bahamut and Phoenix are like an entirely separate thing. It felt like the job was trying to do like 4 or 5 different things, which is not something you want to see on a job. So when they reworked Summoner, what I saw was one, they fixed the pet problem by removing the pet, which is technically a solution. They fixed the dots being meaningless by removing the dots. Again, technically a solution. And they didn't do anything with the Etherflow stuff, but in the rework, it's somehow like when it's presented again, like from the ground up as a new job, it's presented as instead of being, oh, it's this resource you generate and then you can spend it on different stuff, it was just changed to be like, I mean, it's close to being similar to something like Dancer's Feathers, right? you can use it for one thing and they're generated in a specific way. It's probably fine. Like, that kind of works. And then the focus was put on Bahamut and Phoenix. And more summons, especially like in general, like they made most of the summons like each a constructed system that you had to deal with, where each of them are slightly different. They technically fixed the job, but I can see why a lot of players wouldn't be particularly happy with how they solved it, because the way they fixed Summoner was by just throwing things that weren't working out the window. They didn't, like, fix the things, more like they just threw things out. Right? This doesn't work, that doesn't work, just get rid of it. Which isn't... like, it's not super satisfying. Exactly, Rez, we fixed the job, but at what cost? Speaking of cost, I'm getting hammered here. Harley says, why does Reaper get a pass but Summoner does not on being a simple job? Because Summoner was a complicated job. Like, the reason why people are mad that Summoner's really easy is because Summoner was hard. Like... Just, like... I don't know how to like, give a good example on this, but imagine whatever job you like to play the most. Imagine if just half of the toolkit was just removed. I don't know how it would be removed, but it's gone now. Like, it's just gone now. Your damage is compensated, like, the remaining buttons are stronger, but now half of your toolkit is gone. That kinda sucks, right? The difference is that Reaper didn't lose half of its toolkit. It just never had more. So that's why it's more okay. There's also the part that there's a lot of depth in the rotation, whereas Summoner, it doesn't have that much to do, right? It doesn't have that much it can do. Matthew says, I wonder if they thought it would be a bit harder than it turned out. I also wonder if they thought Flemma and Toxicon would do more to make Sage interesting than they actually do. That's a good point. I wonder, from the perspective of the developers, how they feel about the fact that healer players basically view anything that doesn't, like any spell that doesn't do damage, as one step removed from useless. Because that, like, part of the problem with having this amount of buttons on jobs is that it is a design limitation, I believe is a good word for it. What can you give the jobs? If the jobs already have every single tool that they could ever want, you can't give them anything. That makes it very uninteresting to get new things. And can't really do anything about it if, like, basically the only thing you can give healers nowadays that they'll actually appreciate if it's a spell is an attack. Right? You have to give healers attacks because they don't want anything else. They don't want anything else. Because anything else is a DPS loss. And that is a problem for tanks and actually in some capacity also DPS players. It's very, very boring to design a job only to attack, I could imagine. It's very boring to look at stats, like, on gear in Final Fantasy XIV when you realize that anything that doesn't give the maximum amount of damage is considered bad. From, like, a mathematical standpoint, right? There's nothing, like, the thing is, I'm not saying that the rotations have to be complex to for people to be able to appreciate new tools. In fact, quite the opposite. Simpler rotations have more space for stuff. Case in point, we were talking about what jobs have space for more buttons. Warrior, very possibly the simplest tank. Summoner, the simplest DPS job. Reaper has more space, the simplest melee DPS, at least skill floor, right? I'm pretty sure Dancer has a few more spots, and I'm pretty sure most will agree that Dancer is the easiest ranged physical. Can you see there's a pattern? The jobs that have space for stuff are the jobs that are easier, somehow. Monk has a lot of spots, though. True. They could also use stuff. Did you know that back in the day, Monk had GCDs that weren't related to their Greased Lightning? Do not give Monk more stuff. How about giving you back One Ilm Punch? Make it do something interesting. Make the enemies take more damage or something from the Monk. But as a cooldown that you can then stack with your 2-minute raid buffs. And never at any other time. And yeah, that was indeed intentionally me pointing out that if you give anyone any damage buff whatsoever, it's going to be caught in the 2-minute meta. As long as we have it, it will just drop into the 2-minute meta problems. Just take any problems that people point out that there are with the 2-minute meta. Any action that gives a temporary damage buff will just compound the issue. And it doesn't matter whether it's personal or a raid buff. We did it, guys. We gave Monk a trick attack. It's Mug now. Gambler says, so how was the game before the 2-minute meta? So, the difference was that before the 2-minute meta, most raid buffs varied in duration. Some buffs had a 90-second cooldown. For example, Monk's Brotherhood had a 90-second cooldown. Ninja's Trick Attack was 1 minute. Summoner's Ether Pact, or was it Devotion? I believe it's Ether Pact caused the pet to use Devotion. Basically, Searing Light had a 3-minute cooldown. And all these things meant that ultimately the 2-minute burst, as we know it today, only came up in the opener, where not all jobs were ready, because some jobs simply didn't have the capacity to kickstart their rotation at 0 seconds. So some just wouldn't get full value out of it, and then you would see the raid buffs all together again 6 minutes into a fight. And over the course of a fight, the only way all of the buffs would line up 6 minutes in is if everyone used their cooldowns exactly on cooldown from start to finish. So the probability that you would actually see the big raid buff window, as we see it all the time today, was extremely small, which meant that it was a lot more exciting when it actually happened. The argument of if you're served cake every day, you stop being as excited about cake, right? It's the same problem with Crystal Tower. The reason why people don't like Crystal Tower has more to do with the fact that Alliance Raid Roulette is always Crystal Tower, and it's not that Crystal Tower is so terrible. It's not great, but people would be a lot more accepting of it being not great if they didn't get it all the time. So before the 2-minute meta, it was basically just a lot less common. Generally, when I say things like in a coordinated group you do X, a coordinated group typically means that the group is capable of performing the 2-minute burst consistently. Most groups that are consisting of players that kinda know what they're doing can be considered a coordinated group. which means that in Savage Raiding you should expect a lot of coordinated groups. Now, expectation and reality are two completely different things, but you should expect more coordinated groups. In Shadowbringers and before, a coordinated group didn't necessarily mean that they managed to line up the raid buff 6 minutes in, but it presumably meant that they knew how to line up the raid buffs in the opener. Like, the rarity of the skill in a raid group of being able to line up all of the raid buffs together 6 minutes into a fight was rare, so it was rare to even see it happen. So what I'm getting at is that before Endwalker, players would not gear as much to optimize specifically the 2-minute burst, doing things like having more speed because it helps with your consistent DPS, like paladins going with a faster GCD just because it helps with them maintaining their dot. Things like that was more common because the burst wasn't something you could rely on happening. You just couldn't expect it to happen. That's like part of it. I hope that kind of explains that, Gambler. Like it's a complicated thing to explain, but the point is that before the 2-minute burst was trivial to perform, it was like a rare sight. It was something to be excited for. It has switched from being something to be excited to see to being something that if it's not happening, you're kind of annoyed. You know what I mean? Like, I think I outlined this to Sip earlier today. The problem with the 2-minute burst is that most players that don't like it typically have gone through the process of not knowing what the 2-minute burst is, learning what the 2-minute burst is, learning how to utilize the 2-minute burst, being good at utilizing the burst and being excited to see their damage numbers really high, and then circling around and becoming annoyed that not all groups deliver. Like, not all groups actually do the raid burst properly. So instead of being excited to see it happen, you're annoyed that it didn't happen. Right? Matthew says, whatever people say about the 2-minute meta, 2.5-minute presence of mind is sad. You know, I'm with you on that one. That was weird. That one was weird. Genuinely, a lot of the oddities of the cooldown timings from before the 2-minute meta, I can understand why they were changed to just 2 minutes. Like, I get that. I get why they were changed to just 2 minutes, because they were all weird. I think, I honestly don't know for sure if the developers had expected the result of normalizing all of these cooldowns to be 2 minutes, that it had this profound effect on how people play the game. I'm imagining that the real reason why this happened was like it was just another like fixing and like polishing of the game, similar to how they made weapon skill combos and such last 30 seconds instead of 15, because it was a very common and annoying thing to happen that you would go off into some burst rotation sequence some sort, and then when you come back to your 1-2-3 combo, you dropped the combo, and it's a little annoying. Either you have to finish the combo or you just have to like lose that damage. Feels a little awkward, right? So they made it 30 seconds. Now that's not happening. I think the only situation where it can happen is I think Reaper's double enshroud is so long that you can drop combo, but there's like specific adjustments to your like rounding up the Dublin Shroud that you deal with if you're risking losing combo. Like instead of just going immediately, like for example, immediately Gluttony into this and that, you instead do a like single combo step and then Gluttony to make sure you don't drop combo. And I think that's just like they went, well, while we're at it, ranged attacks on melee jobs don't have to break combo, does it? No, not really. Do raid buffs have to have these janky cooldowns? Not really. Do buffs in general have to have these janky cooldowns? Not really. Wouldn't it be easier to balance if they were all equal? Probably would. And here we are. Many of the arguments for changing these things are things that are normally defended with the argument because the game designer thought it was a good idea. Like, why did Tomahawk break your combo before Endwalker? Because the game designer thought it was a good idea. Why do combos break after 15 seconds? Why do jobs have things they can do that don't break combos that they can do for over 15 seconds that make this fact significant? Right? Like, how have we reached a point where 15 seconds of leeway on the combo timer isn't enough? And the only answer to that is either dial back on that. Also, sorry, I realize now that you can't really see the Tomahawk tooltip. Here it is. The only options there really are to either dial back on that and go, actually, we should make more things break combo so that this isn't actually relevant anymore. Or they should, like, double down on it and go, I mean, the 15-second timer is just, like, a reasonable counter. Like, how long does it make sense before you can't return to your combo, right? 30 seconds is maybe a bit much, but I can see why. It's neat, it's convenient, it's helpful, but it's a little much, right? And it's just all these small design decisions that are ultimately just decided by someone on the design team thought it was a good idea. That's the reason. Gambler says, what's funny is that Monk has 30 seconds. No, Gambler. All combos have 30 seconds. This was added in Endwalker. Before Endwalker, it was 15. And I'm relatively sure... I don't have the notes on my computer on that right now. I'm relatively sure that Monk's form shift didn't last 30 seconds either. Back in the day, it has gradually crept up to 30 seconds. Again, for the same reason as the combo thing. Although Monk doesn't really have things it can do for 30 seconds. Like, it doesn't really have that. It's not like Warrior has that, but it can find stuff to do for like 17 seconds. Let's see. 3 Fell Cleaves and Primal Rend. And then you have 100 Beast Gauge, like, stocked and ready. So you have 2 more Fell Cleaves. And then you have 2 Infuriates. Yeah, that's 8, at least. And if you could somehow, like, get it just perfectly lined up, you might actually be able to get a 3rd Infuriate because of all of the Fell Cleaves you're doing. Almost, not exactly, but like you have at least 8 GZDs that you could do in succession as a warrior that is not your combo, which is hardly the reason why your Storm's Eye can now stack up to 60 seconds. It used to be that the Storm's Eye just applied a 30-second buff and then you had to apply a new 30-second buff as close to it running out as possible, which was a little awkward. And is now fixed. Harley says there's a distinct lack of horizontal progression in Final Fantasy XIV at the moment, and I think that's its biggest weakness. There is typically one best in slot, there's one way to play, etc. gear. It is very boring right now. Well, I think that is not like a problem right now. It's like a Final Fantasy XIV thing. But Jet, Arcanist is not a healer. We'll see what we can work with. If we have 4 players and we can't all be healers, then we'll see what we can do. But it's not an Endwalker thing. The very limited gear progression. It's a Final Fantasy XIV thing. In A Realm Reborn. Now, if we just focus on the final rates here for Realm Reborn, you'll find that the only gear options at the highest item level that you had to choose between are the Ironworks Magitech, which, you know, augmented to 130, and then the gear from this raid, which was 130, and then the weapon was it was 135. Sound familiar? In Heavensward, basically the same problem, and by the last raid tier, you had 270 gear from Alexander, creator, and 75 from the final boss, and 270 Shire gear that you could buy. 2 options. In Stormblood, there was actually a deviation, because in the final raid tier, the best you had was 400 from either the Skaven gear or the drops from Alphascape. But because the elemental gear was 390 with 5 materia slots, there was an argument that it would be better in some cases. It's in particular in Stormblood and before Stormblood possibly, tank accessories, so this entire side, had vitality on it. All other jobs had their primary attribute on it, so DPS jobs had strength, like strength, dex, intelligence, healers had mind. Tanks had vitality on it. But there were strength materia, so you could just fill your accessories with strength materia, which was really good. So I remember, when I started playing Final Fantasy XIV was in Stormblood, and I remember tanks complaining that if you went into Party Finder for your weekly re-clear, and I don't know, let's see. It seems that the item requirements are rather reasonable here, only 640 for the most part. There were groups that would require that you were that you were like the equivalent of 405, like 400 on the dot, like you needed a full maximum item level gear to join. But all the best geared tanks just had 5 crafted accessories just fully overmelded with strength. Just fully overmelded with strength, because that was actually better than having the best item level gear in the game. So that was maybe a bit more horizontal progression in a way, but that was it in Shadow, and then you of course in Stormblood you also had in the final raid here you had the elemental armor that had just 5 materia slots, so that was also an option. In Shadowbringers, you had in the second raid tier, I remember there were certain tanks, I believe it was Gunbreaker, that had like an alternative build, like Bastion slot build, that did like 0.1% less damage than full BIS, that used a helmet that was like 20 item levels worse because it came from Memoria Misera, had 5 materia slots, and had skill speed on it, or something to that effect. And basically all of the gear in that raid tier had no skill speed. Look how that went. Nowadays, if there isn't a good option with skill speed on it, you just don't have skill speed on a tank. Turns out you didn't need it. Funny that. It's actually pretty normal that because the ring problem that I see you all are bringing up is actually pretty common and is probably a symptom of this extremely slimmed out gearing option. Because you have 2 and only 2 of the highest item level of every gear piece, that means that if the 2 rings you're offered aren't good enough, tough, there are no other options. Sorry. Your only options are these 2 rings or a worse ring with a better stat spread. Take it or leave it. That is probably the best argument for why we have a gearing problem. You can't have a gear slot that you have 2 of and then offer 2 and only 2 gear options. Like, that's not reasonable. Right? Like, I surely we can agree on that. I think so, at least. Add gear options to Criterion. That could be. They can also add more, like, alternative content. I'm surely not the only person who is saying, can we have some, like, some more savage difficulty 4-man content? How about a way to augment the Alliance raid gear? That is also an option. That could also work. No one does the current Savage 4-man stuff. People do it, Gambler. People do it, but they do it like once. Reason being that there is no reward for doing it multiple times. That is the reason. People genuinely... I remember when the first Criterion came out and people cleared it and said, there's no reason for me to farm this. And just never did it again. Do it for the experience and no more. Yeah, yeah, that's what people did. Can we do 50, 60, 70, 80 with 4 healers? Do you want to be the scholar this time, Gazel? But yeah, the problem is, and so the thing is, and I think I've talked a bit about this before, the problem is that for some reason, MMO players are, in general, we're not all like this, some are constructed in this way that you will not do something if there is no reward for it. Right? If you're not actually interested in doing it, like if you don't have any meaningful reward, you will not do it. Basically, the argument, do it for the experience, never works. It just does not work. Ever. It's ridiculous, because people will literally say, oh man, if this content had better rewards, I'd absolutely do it way more. And you're sitting there like, you could just do it for fun. But they will not do it if there is no actual reward for it. Well, this dungeon should be perfectly manageable, given that I've soloed this. do you just want us to stand back for a bit, Gassel, or? Jet says, I just thought of something. Since a Realm Reborn gear has both mind and intelligence, should you bring a secondary summoner gear set for mental roulette so that you can have stronger physic? You could. You could do that, yeah. That would be a viable option. You could do that. You could absolutely do that. And Techna Jade says there's no such thing as fun in MMOs, only numbers. Exactly. Or, well, basically that. Players will not do something just for the... Okay, so some players will. Most players will not do something just for the sake of doing it. And as long as that is true, there is no way that a content that doesn't give, like, there's no way that people will do content that doesn't have, like, rewards worth getting. Jed says, I will play Criterion all day without any rewards just because challenge. That sounds like you're the kind of person that would enjoy soloing dungeons just for the sake of it, like I do. And that's also why I say some players, because obviously, given that I do my solo challenge streams, and I level up my blue mages solo to some degree, and I have had fun collecting spells solo on blue mage. It's pretty much, I would say that's a pretty good proof that I would play. Do you want a time to fish? No, you don't want time to fish. Do you solo savage raids? That looks really fun. I've played with it a little bit. I think we've messed around with seeing if there's any, like, a while back I remember we had some goes where we were trying to solo some Stormblood stuff. Like extremes, savage stuff. It's the thing is that ultimately we might get to that again, but the reason why I decided in the solo challenge stream series to just like focus on like doing it from the start and then work my way up was because I felt that it would give like more momentum in the series, like that more often that stuff would actually be happening. By the way, remember to move. When the Snowdrift spell attack happens, you have to be moving, otherwise you get stacks of that debuff, and you reach 4, you get stunned. And we might reach 4, so just keep that in mind. It's a little harder for Orion, because White Mage, but Gazel, you should be able to just walk. Nice. Oh. All the cure 2s. Yeah, I have tried soloing some Savage raids. So as I was saying, part of the reason why I don't do that super much is because I think it's more entertaining to like push at something where we know it can be done, or like where there's a clear progression, whereas when I've been soloing, for example, a Savage raid, it has usually been like 6 minutes or 5 minutes of reproccing the fight and then failing or succeeding the mechanic, and that leads to a lot of like sitting there. We might get back to that. We will probably get back to that. So it's been a while, but I do actually have old stream VODs where we were doing like challenging whatever. Like, can you solo this? Can you solo that? And we would just try them, like based on what people suggested. It's been a long time. But yeah, my point is that a lot of players will not farm content, especially not hard content, for no reward. That is just not happening. So the most effective thing to make players do the current Savage 4-man content that we have more regularly is by adding rewards that players that do that level of content care about. And you have to remember, it doesn't have to be that much. People will, on a weekly basis, clear, well, to some degree, will clear the ultimates every week so that they can collect more weapon appearances. The weapons they get from there have one additional materia slot compared to the alternatives. That's it. Like, they're not actually worth the hassle if it was just for gear, because what are you going to use those weapons for? The only content where that weapon is still relevant is literally the boss fight you just beat. You have no reason to collect them if it wasn't for the visual aspect. So as I said, it doesn't take much. It's more, is there exactly? They will clear Unreal. They will do that because there are like cosmetic rewards to be collected. So it should say a lot about the criterions that people look at them and go, "There's nothing worth farming this for." It's either because there are no weekly things worth farming, or the weekly things that are there to farm are so bad that people don't care. Like, maybe the only thing you get is like a little stack of extra materia. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Technojade says, I remember getting the 610 gear for Summoner. Started soloing trials to see the progression. Materia and amount. Well, yeah. So, the materia are basically effectively irrelevant because most players at this very moment has so much materia that, like, if you're a Savage Raider, you can afford, like, you have your own materia. You don't need to buy more for the rest of the expansion. The mount is only significant once, so when you have that, you have it. Delano says, I met someone who liked doing Bosha duels every day for weeks just for fun. Exactly, there are dozens of them out in the wild. Exactly. Both Gambler and Harley says, if you do hunts at all, you will never need materia. And hunts are trivial compared to Savage Criterion. So why would you do Savage Criterion for that? Like, that's exactly a good example of people will do it if there's a relevant reward, but there is no relevant reward, so they will not do it. It's a shame that it is like that, but it is like that. It's actually, now that we're on the subject, you could argue that the people complaining about the 2-minute burst, they could just simply choose to not participate in it, right? They could just not do it. Like, they could just, like, choose to go with wacky, weird builds and just do unusual openers and rotations and stuff like that. And they could do that. But it's a bit like ignorance is bliss in that regard. Once you have looked closely enough that you realize that it's kind of annoying that the 2-minute burst exists. The reason it's annoying is because you can't like go back to not knowing. And gets an echo. Oh, you're having a good time as well. Yeah, the problem is you can't go back. Once you have become enlightened to the... Oh, Gazel says wait. Once you've become enlightened to the 2-minute burst and all that, then the only thing that can be done is getting rid of it in some way. That is why I've heard some players say that the only solution, which sounds very drastic, but the more I think about it, the more accurate it almost sounds. The only solution, the only good solution to the 2-minute burst meta is to get rid of all raid buffs. Which is extremely overkill, right? Extreme overkill, and might not be needed. But it would be like a guaranteed kill shot just getting rid of the 2-minute burst. If there are no 2-minute buffs, then there is no 2-minute burst meta. Harley says that would kill Dance and Bard. Well, of course, that would require them to rebalance the jobs that are balanced around being support jobs. Like that would of course be a given, that we would need to rebalance everything around this new world. And the reason why it has to be all of them is because you have to remember, you have to understand that it's not about the quantity of raid buffs, it's the existence of raid buffs. If the only raid buff there was Devilment, then whoever is paired with the Dancer and the Dancer themselves would have to adhere to the 2-minute burst meta as if nothing had changed. If the only raid buff was Technical Step and Battle Voice or Radiant Finale, then any group with a Dancer or Bard in it would have to adhere to the 2-minute burst meta. That's why it is an all or nothing kind of solution, is because if you don't get rid of all of it, then whatever remains will simply just live on unchanged. And you might say, well, before all the cooldowns lined up every 2 minutes, like before Endwalker, if you had only a 90-second cooldown, that would technically be your raid burst, like your burst window, right? Ah, I was really hoping I could sleep him. Ow. If anything is left, then it won't be solved. And back when we had 90-second cooldown raid buffs or 3-minute raid buffs and stuff like that, then it was just way harder to align things. But technically, there was a DPS gain to be had if your Paladin could line up Fight or Flight with Ether Pact, for example, or Brotherhood every 3 minutes. Like, there's technically a damage to be had there. Uh-oh. There was extra damage to be gained. Oh boy. And now that we are all aware of it, because the thing is that before Endwalker it was like less common knowledge because of how weird and obscure the alignment was. Now that we've all seen it, now that we all know that it's there, like the elephant in the room has shown itself, anything that smells like raid buff, like 2-minute raid buff meta, will become 2-minute raid buff meta. Which is why it like the only solution to get rid of it all is to, well, get rid of it all, right? It's the only solution. Yeah, recall this boss has a tank buster that hits really hard. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's not to say that it's good to have all that removed, right? It's not that it would necessarily be good to remove all the raid buffs. Like, it's a huge community thing, you could say, that you have raid buffs like this. The particular reason why it has turned around and become like a sour thing is because of the cake every day problem. Because it's so easy to coordinate the raid buffs, in quotations, because it's not always easy. People go from appreciating that people get the raid buffs right to being annoyed that they're not right. And that makes it a bad thing instead of a good thing. Like, it changes it from being a healthy community thing to being an unhealthy community thing. Wow. I think it's really funny that that we landed in specifically a dungeon that I've soloed. And we even have a healer that I've soloed it with. Ryan says I'm just making it more challenging. Oh yeah, it would be too easy if we just did it perfectly, right? Matthew says, just add an across the board 16% cooldown reduction, so now it's the 100 second meta. I mean, you could do that. You could do that. That was actually something that I brought up in my speed is kinda bad video, was that even if raid buffs affected, whoops, my bad, even if raid buffs affected most things, or not, even if speed affected most things, it wouldn't change anything, because if raid buffs are every 2 minutes, then raid buffs are every 2 minutes. If you make it... Well, that was not very nice. Good thing I was sprinting. I think it was an accident. Julius says, what are materia clusters? You mean these? You mean these? You might mean these. I'll just continue. If you made it so that raid buffs affected all cooldowns, say, except raid buffs, then raid buffs would still be every 2 minutes, so it wouldn't change a thing. If you made it so that speed affected all raid buffs, then you would have an even worse problem, because you would then either have people being told you have to use your raid buff at this time to align with raid buffs every 2 minutes. I don't care that your cooldown is 110 seconds because you've stacked speed. It's every 2 minutes. Or you would have groups at like specific like speed intervals, like, oh, this boss is optimized if you can make your burst window every 110 seconds or every 115 seconds. And then you would have this awkward situation with jobs that really don't like speed, Paladin, perhaps being forced to do that because they're fight or flight. Well, honestly, if everything scaled with speed, then Paladin wouldn't mind speed, I suppose. But you get my point that it would lead to a completely different problem. Julius, cracked enthoclusters and cracked dendroclusters, or cracked whatever clusters, depending on which ones they are items you can use. Let me find where you can turn these in. There are materia... I think it's materia masters? Materia traders? I don't even remember the name, it's just a materia guy. A materia vendor. Where you can exchange them for any materia you like. So it's basically like for the appropriate grade, it's just like a Joker materia where you can just exchange it for whichever materia you need in that particular rank. Gambler says they can be used at the sundries in any main town. What do you mean? The sundries? Was that? Jet says, I've got 21 now. Am I close enough now? I don't know. Are you a healer? We'll see when you get there. Where do you normally activate your FC actions? Where would you normally do it? Huh? I didn't know there was another option. Huh? What's the sundries vendor? At the FC person in the Grand Company place. That's where you buy them, right? What's the sundries vendor? Where's the sundries? Oh, the blue pouch? Oh, I didn't realize it's at Sundry. I've forgotten that. Right there. It's true. The blue pouch, the Sundry Splendors vendors have not existed in a long time. Before Shadowbringers? I can't remember if they were added in like late Shadowbringers or when, but they did not exist in Stormblood. That's why I, a Stormblood player, go to the materia vendor like an old person would. I love the young people. But thank you for letting me know. Now I know. I had not even looked at it. I'm pretty sure, fun fact, I've made a guide on Poetics stuff where I have looked at these vendors. But given that those tabs didn't require Poetics, I pretty much just blocked it out. Like there's just a black line over those options. You just didn't even think about it. It was pretty funny. Final Fantasy 14 boomer confirmed. Yeah, apparently they're closing the Square software token app so that you can't have it anymore, and eventually you will have to move to a different token. Now, some of the newer players might not even realize that that was an option, and it just used like a different authenticator option. But that's a fun little detail that apparently came to my attention just today. Oh. I'm wondering if Coco wants to come for one of the roulettes. Or if we should just do leveling and then have the big collection after that. Matthew says, I joined just before the new options became available. Ah. Gasol is asking about heal aggro. So in the dungeon we just did, Holy One had a 140 potency, whereas Art of War has 150. So basically on all AoE pulls, the only way that the white mages, and astrologians for that matter, would be able to over-aggro a scholar is through a combination of holy, presence of mind, and possibly actual healing aggro. Because you're not going to win with just holy as a white mage. The scholar will just win. On single target, however, the white mages did 190 per GCD, whereas scholar did 150. And auto attacks, which I think adds around 40? Which is actually incredible, like something like that. I think it's like 30 or 40. Because of the sheer damage of the auto attacks compared to Art of War. It might not be 30 or 40, but it's pretty close. So that is probably the reason why you could hold aggro like that. But if you weren't doing Art of War and auto attacks and applying your dot properly, then white mage wins because of presence of mind and healing. Well, in that case, let's do leveling roulette. Should we do we can do it like this, and then we will see how many jobs and players we can collect for 8-man stuff after that. We're probably going to get a Heaven's Ward dungeon. But that was also what happened in the level 90 dungeon. When I was playing as, as Scholar. Because Art of War 2 is the strongest healer AoE. Like, that is spammable. Yep, that is correct, Gambler. We are playing on Louisoix Chaos, as you can see up in the top right here. Orion said, do we have to do it like this? I would say preferably if we can do 4 healers. I think that's more fun when we're doing healer stream. But it doesn't have to be a double white mage, astrologian, and a scholar. But I think we need 1 scholar. Like, we can have more of any job, but I think we only really can do, we can only really do it with at least a scholar, I think, because the shields. There's also a possibility that Coco would like a switch in if there's any of you that don't mind sitting out. I don't know. I don't know if Coco wants a switch in. If Coco just wants to sit there, that's also an option. Just a moment. Oh, we're probably getting a really low level dungeon. Yeah, I get what you mean, Orion. They said that the novelty has gone off a little bit with the full healer group. I get it. we've really shown that 4 healers can easily do regular casual content with not a care in the world. Now, this might get a little interesting because none of us have AoE attacks. And none of us have, like... Well, we have 2 astrologians, so that's actually incredible. We have 2 essential dignities. But we don't have any AoEs in this dungeon. So this gets a little scarier. 8 healer trial roulette. If we could get 8 healers, then we could, but I have basically accepted the reality that I don't think we can, so I was thinking that we'll just do normal groups after this one. Oh, right. Sage also has Flemmer, so we do have some AoE. You can date it. I mean, if you want to join, then you can join. We've had streams where we were like 9 people at my house, so that we had to like split up into 2 groups for stuff. Like, if you want to hang out, I wrote my like where my house is in the game higher up in the conversation. I don't think I can find it, and I can't remember it. It's somewhere in Ward 29. Oh yeah, that's true. We did 8 tanks last week. That's very true. But yeah, I think after this... Yeah, exactly. Coco says plot 36, Ward 29. But after this, I don't think we can get 8 healers. So I'm pretty good with saying, like, anyone that wants to come along for the 8-man content, just any job is fine. You just have to be high enough level, and then we can do it. And we do the remaining roulettes with whoever we can. Also, partly because it seems to be the case that in casual content, unless the fight is like surprisingly hard, it seems like healers can beat it by just the virtue of like just brute force. Like, if the fight doesn't have a significant DPS check, and most of them don't, then healers can win eventually. So it might be more interesting to just do content normally. But I think it's fun to explore this. You can activate them there as well. Activate what? Ryan says, I was surprised we could wall pull in expert roulette. Indeed, me too. But now that we're in content that I've soloed with a single healer, it's probably a lot less surprising that 4 healers can do it. What did you mean, Angel? Did I miss something? You can activate what there as well? Is Angel behind? That is a possibility. Angel mentioned being with a friend, so they might have paused the stream and then not remembered to like wind back up to current. Might be regarding the materia thing. I think my YouTube broke. Oh, that's a possibility. Were you talking about the materia thing? Now it's working. Was it about the materia thing? Oh, whoops. I'm over here trying to attack something else because I'm seeing Gilano try to use repose on enemies, which inevitably leads to me attacking the mob that they were trying, that Gilano's trying to sleep. And now I'm realizing that if we just all four applied a dot to a mob, there is a genuine possibility that it would just die over those 30 seconds. Which I think is really funny. Oh, that was a little close. I'm like, where's Kai's stream? Ah. Well, it might also be wishful thinking to say that maybe we could kill the mobs with just dots. Because we have to use quite a few spells to kill them. Angel says, I'm surprised Kai didn't know about materia being exchangeable from that NPC. I mean, I entered a Endwalker in a situation where the only thing I needed a blue pouch vendor for was level 80 equipment, and what I was, and that was like only for Reaper and Sage, and I think I already had gear like for them because, you know, I had Dragoon and healers. So I didn't actually need to buy anything beyond like a level 80 weapon and a level 70 weapon. And for the level 70 weapon, I went to Ralgo's Reach because that's what I've always done. And when I needed a weapon again, I went to Yulmore because that's where I always went. Like, I had all jobs at level 80 already when Endwalker started. So I hardly needed to use the blue pouch vendor. I've had to learn this since. And when people need, like, ask for like guidance on poetics, I usually direct them to the to the blue pouch vendors long before I suggest going to like Madonna. But if I'm doing it myself, there are basically no items that I want from the blue pouch vendors. I actually, no joke, still go to Yulmore to trade poetics for like scholar and summoner weapons to desynthesize or desynthesis, because that's what I spent my poetics on, because I have nothing to spend them on. But in retrospect, I could go to Crystarium just fine and trade them there as well. I think it's just the fact that both of the weapons are in the same menu, so I don't have to like go to healer and then DPS. Like, that slight difference matters a little bit to me, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, I just forget that the blue pouch vendors have other stuff than poetics. Ryan says, I hope the Scorpion isn't too much of a DPS check. I mean, I think we can kill the tail. I've been in groups that ignored the tail, and often I was able to kill it on my own anyway as a healer. This is your chance with Flemmer. You have the power. Maybe you have the power. I'm not actually sure. You've got the touch. Ow. Conflating Flemmer and Neumer. Oh yeah, limit break. Nice. I don't think it ended in disaster, Coco, unless you mean like comedy disaster or comedic disaster. Just for the recap for those that weren't there, we were doing Tamtara hard. There's the boss with the zombies that you cannot attack. You must not attack because then they explode. You have to kill them with a boss mechanic. And I was on stream like, don't cleave, don't use any AoE, like looking at my group, which included a Sage with Flemmer, and thinking, do not AoE, like repeatedly saying, don't cleave. And just as I finish, like we're talking 1 second before the mechanic would have resolved and everything would have been fine, Coco used Flemmer and exploded all of the zombies. Somehow we didn't wipe. I just thought it was funny. Harley says, cool place. Me? Ah. Coco, do you want to join up for trials? I don't know if we lost Jet completely. But if Jet is there, you could join as a monk if you want. Oh, Tristan is coming. Nice. Crazy Bingo says, your voice is so soothing in videos that I thought you'd look a lot more like your character IRL. Well, we have similar glasses. Like, maybe that works? Kai Aura cosplay win? Maybe one day. We have the same glasses. Now the question is, who's cosplaying who with the glasses? Also, thank you, Crazy Bingo. That's very sweet of you. 1 million sub special cosplay as in-game Kai. That would be wild. And there's Milo. Piston. See, his inner lizard girl. I mean, since I've gotten attached to this character, basically if I'm playing a game with like character customization like at all, I will make this character as close to as possible. I've been playing through Baldur's Gate. I haven't gotten very far, but I'll have you know that my sorcerer, who has of course a dragon heritage, is very close. Very close. And I also made the character similar in Monster Hunter Rise. We need a screenshot. I don't know if I took one. Let me see. Well, I did take a picture. But it's not a good picture. Yes, scales. She's wearing a hat, but she has the hair color, right? Ryan says, what weapons do you prefer in Monster Hunter? Gun lance. Sometimes lance. Sometimes charge blade. But mainly gun lance. Yeah, the boomstick. I usually play in a very defensive way in Monster Hunter, which usually means I have a very good sustained DPS, but I'm not the speedrunner. Phew. 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 Yeah, it says final boss of dungeon. Well, we can wait for that. James says I main the bow in Monster Hunter. Usually, bow is like my go-to for a ranged weapon as well. I have also used bow a lot sometimes. The thing that usually gets me away from using the bow is that specifically gun lance has this, like, especially if you're like going with a more like shelling focused build, you can get away with a lot of defensive skills, which means you can much more easily get away with mistakes. But because of balancing, the shelling focused builds tend to not be super viable in the end game. Like in Rise, the reason why I didn't finish all of the DLC in Rise was basically because I had a problem with my PC that it would randomly crash. Like 5 minutes into a hunt, boop, crash. 2 minutes into a hunt sometimes, boop, crash. And because of how long it takes, boot the game, get into the hunt, start hunting, have that happen 2 times in a row, and I'm done. I don't want to play anymore, right? And I didn't know how to fix it because sometimes it would not happen for an hour. So I could try things and think it was resolved, and then it would break again. So I just, like, never finished. I could look into it, just haven't. Gambler says, is Monster Hunter hard? It's punishing, but the game gives you the tools to learn. It's gradual. It's not like it throws you against the hardest thing in the game immediately. The difficulty of the monsters are gradually harder and harder by making more complex attacks, but the game gives you the tools to learn it. Some weapons are also way easier to use than others. Like, a lot of players say that longsword is a really good weapon to pick up because its basic attack toolkit is very, like, low skill floor. The problem with longsword is that longsword has, like, an incredibly low skill floor, and then there's just like a chasm, like just a gigantic chasm of nothing, and then there's the playing it properly skill ceiling, which is just like miles ahead because you need to use parry windows, timing combos correctly and stuff. So like playing a simple weapon, longsword, getting good at longsword, completely different story. And many weapons are like that. That the basics are pretty straightforward. Gun lance, not so. But gun lance is actually incredibly strong in Rise nowadays, especially if you're using normal shelling, I believe, because you get this skill that allows you to just it's like an eject button that just uses a single shell to shoot you away from the enemy, but it gives iframes, and it also starts your combo, so you can actually use it for a DPS gain, and you can also use it for just iframing things. Like, what do you need a shield for? You can just iframe everything. You can just iframe everything. Easy mode, right? And yeah, as James also said, it's very fun. If you can, like, if you get to the point where you're enjoying it, enjoying the challenge, then I'm sure you'll have fun. If you think Dark Souls is fun, you might very well find Monster Hunter fun, because every fight is almost like a boss fight. That's pretty good, I think. Angel says, speaking of Baldur's Gate 3, my free cast broke so hard I was able to slam a boss with spells for free. Huh. There are some wild builds. A particularly funny one I've heard is that there's a maybe working as intended, maybe bug, where the extra attack from like close combatant classes stack with the extra attack for the Pact of the Blade Warlock. Yeah, exactly, James. It's the reverse blast dash. It's really, really overpowered, and it basically means that the only reason I bring stuff like guard on Gunlands is if I need to block. Like if the monster's doing an attack, I don't know how to dodge. Shield up. Right. I guess we're doing trial roulette next with a normal balanced group. So, because we don't actually have 8 healers. I think at best we could muster 7. Yeah, I agree, Orion. The wirebox stuff in Monster Hunter Rise is pretty good. I think it's a pretty good way to like make the like super abilities in a way where it's not too ridiculous. That you're like using this resource. Oh yeah, we had Ramu on 8 tanks last week as well. You know, James, regarding the bullet barrage on Gunlands, I don't know if they discovered a way to like make it good with some of the like end game builds around now, but I remember the saddest discovery I made was that because of how incredibly strong the reverse blast dash was, it was a... Now, all the Final Fantasy XIV enthusiasts might want to take notes here. The bullet barrage was not usable or viable because it was a DPS loss over not using it. So optimally you didn't use it, even though it was an incredibly cool attack and it did great damage. The downsides of using bullet barrage was typically not worth it because it would lock you out of reverse blast dash a bit. So if you think that you can't do that because it's a DPS loss, problems are specific to Final Fantasy XIV, you would be wrong. Yeah, the reasoning is that the way that wirebox work in Monster Hunter is like, imagine if you had a resource like Sage has their Adder Skull, right? Recharges 1 every 20 seconds. So you can have up to... You usually have 2 wirebox, and you can typically get a 3rd one through picking it up, and it's like temporary. But you can only recharge 2 wirebox at a time. And what you spent the wirebox on has a direct impact on how long it takes for it to recharge. So certain actions put the wirebox on a longer cooldown. And reverse blast dash put the wirebox on, like, I don't know, like a 15-second cooldown, maybe a 10-second cooldown even, like a really, really short cooldown. So you could basically, like, if that was the only thing you were using your wirebox on and you had 3 of them, you could just use it endlessly. Whenever you needed to dodge something, you just do it. But Bullet Barrage actually put it on a very long cooldown. Uh-oh, we don't have 3. Well, you know, I guess we're just waiting then. I think more spawn from this. Milano, get it! Nice. Nice recovery. But Bullet Barrage put them on, like, I don't know, like a 30-second cooldown. They used 2 of them at the same time. So if you only had 2, you would lock yourself completely out of this reverse blast dash for that longer cooldown. And if you had 3, you would be greatly weakened in your ability because you could only use the 1, and then you were forced to deal with the longer cooldown. So imagine that Sage had skills that spent 2 Adder Skull but would put them on a longer cooldown. Stuff like that. And that meant that choosing to do one thing locked you out of doing the other thing, and that had a direct impact on what actions were considered good or bad in Rise for certain weapons. So yeah, as James says, Monster Hunter is really just an MMO where you think about it, when you think about it, due to grinding for small percentage increases. And because the amount of skills you can get, most players will just go with the cookie cutter maximum damage build. So once again, as I was saying, this how can I say it? Excessive optimization problem isn't inherent to Final Fantasy XIV. Oh. Whoops. I forgot that alliance raids exist. Well, understandably, you might have forgotten that alliance raids other than the Crystal Tower series exists. Yeah, we will do normal raids last, because I know some players might not have it. But yeah. The thing is, because Monster Hunter is a very solo experience, and there is a genuine, like, failure condition of dying 3 times, typically, there is a value in defensive builds. Most fights don't require you to do maximum damage, so defensive builds are viable, and given that people don't really have time to check your build before or after the hunt, usually people won't have the time or opportunity to DC your build before they've seen it in action. So defensive builds are perfectly fine. The problem is that when you look up optimal builds for, you know, Monster Hunter, like you don't know what to go with, you can't optimize defense. I've talked about this a little bit with Tenacity, and I will talk a little bit about this with Piety, but defensive stats in games, how valuable defensive stats are directly correlated with how much damage you're taking. Which means that if you're not getting hit, then defensive stats are bad. If you are getting hit, If you are getting hit, then defensive stats then become proportionally better, and that applies for Final Fantasy XIV, for World of Warcraft, for Monster Hunter, for Dark Souls. Like, defensive, like, more HP is, as far as I know, really good in Dark Souls if you're getting hit. Angel says, Kai teaching people how to play Monk. Orion asked how to do perfect balance at level 50. You do back-to-back because there's no Masterful Blitz anyway. So to minimize the amount of time you have to spend on rewinding your rotation, you do them after each other. And you only need to do Dragon Kick and Boot Shine. For AoE, it's Rockbreaker. But yeah, that's also why I said, as I said, I enjoy Gunlance specifically because due to the way that the weapon works, you can get away with that was a huge cone. You can get away with stacking a ridiculous amount of defensive skills if you want to. And no one will even be able to tell because you're doing like 99% of the damage you would be doing anyway. If you're playing like a defensive combat style. Which has since become less viable. Had you played Monster Hunter before, Angel? Or is it like your first time with Monster Hunter? I don't quite understand what you're saying. You're saying I think I was gonna pick up Gunlance in Monster Hunter, but never got to play it. Never got to play Monster Hunter, and never got to play Gunlance. Monster Hunter. Well, one thing I would like to say with that is that Gunlance in all Monster Hunter games, both the older ones and the newer ones, is a really weird weapon. So it's like I would not recommend it for a new player. There are specific things you need to look for on the weapon stats, and if you're a completely new player, you might not even be sure about things like I think it's called affinity and raw power, elemental damage, sharpness, and then you have gun lances that add like their own unique stats to the list. It doesn't make it any easier. So but I would say, like, I think, Angel, you might enjoy Monster Hunter if you like a challenge. I could have used Energy Drain. Uh-oh, I'm the tank now. It's the slowest skeleton. It's the slow one. This boss is a little weird. I'll say that. It's really, really awkward. I've heard from players that played in like A Realm Reborn that the Crystal Tower series was actually originally where the Alliance group composition was 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 4 DPS. Which is also the reason why in this final bit of this fight there's 3 extra adds. The reason why there was usually, I believe there's usually, yeah, exactly. See, there's 4 of them. You would need, no, look, now there's 6. Sure, a lot of them. Uh-oh. And you have like 2 tanks to deal with that nowadays. I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to have like a whole bunch of tanks to deal with it. And if the group composition was, you know, in the whole alliance, 6 tanks, 6 healers, and 12 DPS, then surely it's impossible to make the fights really like make sense nowadays, because you're like 3 tanks short. I have a package specifically to mark this bit. Now let's see if people actually wait. Nope. Go, Kabongle! I'll be here if a mob reaches us. We're 6. Do you... Wait, why are we so many on the plate? And someone, the player that I can't rescue ran off. Sorry, Gilano. Ow! Wow! Did we not have the ability to attack? I've had that wipe like once or twice before, but usually when I see it, usually when I've seen it, it has been very obvious that there were problems. Maybe like Gazel had problems with a World of Darkness group earlier today. Maybe Gazel is cursed. I'm not saying that as something that Gazel can be blamed for, but more like an unlucky curse. The curse of unlucky groups. And the Sprout in one of the other groups is not going to make it. Wow. That is really taking some time. Now let's see if everyone actually waits so that Alliance A gets the buff. They did. Incredible. Well, you win some, you lose some, Levin. Yeah, that is a good. That is an interesting way to put it, James. I think it's pretty funny that Crystal Tower, like all three, are often like an experiment in seeing how little people can get away with doing and still succeeding. I think one of the most interesting ones is seeing how many actually go in the belly on Cerberus. That is a very interesting one. Like, you can have everyone shout and bark the, oh, A is for ads, B is for belly, C is for chains, and, well, when it comes to the belly, you'll see, like, one person from Alliance B go in. That's the twist. Crystal Tower was always a social experiment. That's the real reason it's required for Shadowbringers. Harley says all tank, and well, actually, it's not just all tanks. It's like, A, are you all excited to get in the belly? And B is the belly group, of course. And C is, can you believe it? We're going in the belly. Yeah, can you believe it? Belly leave it. Are you ready, kids? Go in the belly. It's basically just everyone that knows how to get in the belly, get in the belly. And that is also a very good point, James. That is exactly the reason why the strategy of everyone goes in the belly works a lot better than the specific groups, is because in a group of 24 players, maybe 8 of the players in the group actually knows how to enter the belly, like in their first try. And out of those 8 players, maybe 6 or even 5 of them are actually going to do it. So by demanding that everyone goes in, you get as many as possible, like as many hands on deck as you possibly can. Where if you just set the groups, then you might stand with no one going in the belly, or like 2 players. James says, let me do you one better. Construct 7 and people understanding prime numbers. You know what's the funniest thing about that? There's these like papers on the way up to the boss. One paper lists all the numbers that are multiples of 3. And another one lists the multiples of 4. And one, I believe, also lists the multiples of 2. And there's also one that lists the primes. Specifically the primes that you're going to need for that fight. So if you just read the things, then you'll know what to do. You don't even need to understand math, because it gave you the answer. This is this is not good. We're going down, down. People are not killing enough ants. Yoga, we're going down swimming. We're going down, down. Reading papers in Final Fantasy XIV content. I think it's really funny because when I started Final Fantasy XIV, so I got to max level and I basically never did normal raids or alliance raids at all because I came from World of Warcraft and I had had enough of having to do raids all the time, and I thought that even like normal raids was just as sweaty as in World of Warcraft, so I just stayed away. Like, I don't need that. I'll just do casual content. Like, I geared by doing dungeons because I didn't realize that crafted gear was good. Things like that. So I heard from my free company their complaints when Lighthouse came out and the math robot. I was like, why is it so bad? It's just a little bit of math. I want to remind you all that I have a math degree. So when I came back to the game after a break and later on got back into so I got back into Final Fantasy XIV, I actually went and did Lighthouse and finally met this scary math robot man. I was like, is that it? So far I have never failed the math robot mechanic. Never failed it. Not a single time. Ever. I understand that it's not entirely obvious. It's a little weird. But I've not failed it. So... so by my, like, from my perspective, it's like Lamau easy mode, freezed DPS uptime. But I understand that some people don't know what primes are, and some people don't know that you're supposed to look at your HP. Like, that is actually often the deal breaker for a lot of players. The reason why they mess up the mechanic is that they don't realize that you're supposed to be looking at your HP. But yeah, that's actually an interesting thing because there's actually a harder math robot in Boja. And the reason why it's harder is because it'll pose you the question, and then if you've done, like, I don't know, for example, Stigmascape, you know, the level 90 dungeon, the thing where it well, there is, I believe there's 3 of the critical engagements in Boja that involves the math robot, and one of them will give you the question, you know, everyone's set to prime, and then instead of like having the numbers in front of you, it will have them in like cardinal directions in the circular arena. But then it will also use, like, you know, like for example from Stigmascape, where it forces you to run in a specific direction. It's also in Euphrosyne. It's in a lot of encounters, but the thing is that the way it will go about it is that it will it will pose the question, show the spots, then resolve the move command, and then resolve the math. So you have to actually meter out where you're going to land after the run so that you have the correct HP when that happens. And that one I have been tricked by because I didn't realize that they were going to resolve in that order. So that one I failed on once. But then I was aware that it was going to happen every single time after that. Kitsuneko says, Angel says... Kitsuneko says that Angel says that Kai is wiping on Labyrinth of the Ancients and I'm wiping on Puppet's Bunker. Well, at least we got it right this time. Let's get it right this time. We've had 2 wipes. So, I have not counted the amount of returning player icons in this alliance raid, but I seem to often see like the well, I can explain that after this boss kill. I seem to notice that whenever there is like a major announcement, like for example an expansion reveal, or when there's like 1 to 2 free weeks of playtime on the table, like there has been very recently, things like that, the average skill level of the groups you get in roulettes drop. That is of course because the returning players are having a harder time, like not memorizing mechanics. Maybe they never got that far, things like that. But it's just an observation. Yeah, I know, Jet. It's a difference when it's an alt. Lemon says, I really don't hope we don't have another Endwalker release situation. Well, I think that we will have less of like overwhelming queues. Like I think we've had like some server improvements, so that might not happen. But there's probably going to be like a huge influx of new players. That tends to happen at times like that. Like that just tends to happen. Rauban Extreme would like a word. You know, funny thing with that, I got to Stormblood so late, like the Stormblood content, that I never had to deal with that since I started in Stormblood. Right. Pippin Savage. Jonathan Wang says, is Scholar your favorite healer? It's somewhat like flips between Scholar and Sage. Scholar has this massive advantage that they have a carbuncle that can heal. I often find Sage a lot easier to like just play. Like if I'm playing if I was to play hard content, I would probably play Sage. But I really like both. Like I'm like a barrier healer main. Lemon says, I remember that when Endwalker dropped, I could only play at prime time, so I would be playing Russian roulette with a Q while I was making dinner. Jonathan says, I play Astro because it sparkles and is shiny. Absolutely understandable. I've said previously that I wish I was better at Bard because I think its animations are cool. I just am not. Like, let me just underline that I started, like when we had one of these Oops All job streams, I started the Oops All Bard stream by promptly failing to keep my songs in order, like, immediately messed it up. Just as an example. So, like, I'm more likely to play Dancer just because of that and playing physical, like, ranged physical. So I can absolutely, get behind the I want to play this job because it's pretty. James says, Sage is the only experience I have as a healer, but I love the aesthetic so much. Probably not the smartest choice as my first healer, though. I mean, if you're playing fine, then that's fine. If you need advice on it, I have guides. But if you're playing fine, then it doesn't matter that it's your first healer. The core problem is more so, like, if you're picking up healing, starting... if you're picking up Sage as your first healer, then it's entirely down to, do you know how to heal? I say the same, Jonathan. If people ask, like, how do I get into healing, I will always say, start with Conjurer. When you reach level 30 with Conjurer, you could try Scholar or Astrologian, but start with Conjurer so you learn the basics. But if you pick up Sage and you play just fine, then there's nothing wrong with that. You can play Sage, right? But I do agree that Sage is a scary choice as your first healer. Similarly, I don't recommend Gunbreaker as your first tank. Lemon says, in regarding the Russian roulette thing, there was like an 80-20 ratio between me getting booted and getting in, respectively. And then sometimes I'd get DC'd anyway. Yeah, exactly. The thing is that, I've talked about this previously, if the queue was like over a certain threshold, which usually happened on prime time, then it didn't actually matter that you got through the queue, because the queue, like the actual queuing system, wasn't designed to handle that many players. So by the time you got through the entire queue, it would just crash and boot you. Yeah, my first healer in Final Fantasy XIV technically was a Scholar, because I started as Arcanist as well. But the thing is, I came from World of Warcraft and have healed for years. Like, my main was tank, but I knew how to heal. So, like, I wasn't particularly scared of healing. Like, the key thing is, do you understand how healing works? Like, the fundamentals. If you don't understand the fundamentals, then starting with a job that with a class or a job at low enough level that you only have the fundamentals is going to be a much safer choice than going with one that has all the bells and whistles already, because you're going to get overwhelmed. Jonathan says, the only point of HP that matters is the last one. Correct. That is also what I said in my Tenacity discussion video recently. Because it's true. Excessive optimization tells us that. Exactly, Jonathan. As long as they don't die, then it's fine. Yeah, it says there's one point against only the last 1 HP what matters. And that is damage variance. I mean, if you survive the hit, then you survive the hit. That's ultimately what the only the last point of HP matters mantra means, is that you don't need to stay at full HP. You just need to stay at enough HP that you don't die. That's basically what it's trying to say. It's the same actually with healer MP. As long as you're not out of MP and you can attack, then it doesn't actually matter how much MP you have. That was close. Of course, Jet. If you're not guaranteed to survive, then you should like reduce the damage until you can. But that is not the same as last HP is the only one that matters. Because if there is a 50% chance that you die, then it means that you're in danger of losing your last point of HP. Like, you've actually proven the point by outlining this. That the only time where it's a problem is if your last point of HP is in danger. If any other point of HP is in danger, you don't actually mind, right? Puppeteer says, my problem with healing is that there is a lot of healing spells, but I don't know which one to use. My healing guides, actually, for the different healers, include advice on when you can use what, like, somewhat broadly, because there are so many situations in the game that the best you can do is just use something. I think the most most difficult one to like keep track of is that some healers, honestly most healers, have AoE options that are good for single target. Like for example Sage and Scholar that use Sacred Soil to heal a single target. An interesting thing with the only the last point of HP matters logic is that if you're like solo healing something, like a dungeon for example, barrier healers are not good at healing up from near death. They're better at mitigating the problem throughout the fight. But they can do it with abilities, so you don't lose any uptime doing so. Yeah, which means that sages and scholars tend to prefer to use their abilities to make sure that the tank does not reach their last point of HP. Meanwhile, the pure healers like Astrologian and White Mage, they have Essential Dignity and Benediction respectively that are basically cooldowns that incentivize letting the tank drop near death to maximize their value. And they also just have extremely huge amounts of healing they can use regularly. That means that letting the tank like drop a little bit intentionally before you start doing something is often beneficial. So that is also something that can often make a huge like challenge difficulty when you're picking up the job. Because the way that a White Mage or a Scholar approaches healing is very different. If you see I have shorts going over how to heal a dungeon pool with all 4 healers. What you'll see is that both Scholar and Sage, basically Sage puts on a blindfold and just uses a set sequence to keep the tank alive, and then keep a few cooldowns in the back pocket just in case. Scholar puts a blindfold on, puts a few cooldowns, and then have to react. White Mage puts like 1 cooldown on the tank and just like prays that the tank will not need more help so that you can holy more. And Astrologian, like, you can just like drop half of your cooldowns on the tank before the fight starts. To make sure they don't drop low, so you have to do something in the first place. Like, all 4 healers have different ways to like make sure they don't have to intervene. Yeah, that is also very true, James. Communication goes a long way. A really interesting run I had recently. So I did level 80, so I did 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette. And I landed in Academia Anida. So that's an optional dungeon, so some of you may have never seen it. The very first pull of that dungeon is like 3 packs, and they're actually pretty strong. No biggie if the tank and the healer are ready for it. So my tank was a warrior, and I was playing Sage. So this tank, as he's running up, he uses a macro to say, "I'm going to use Holmgang, please let me die in peace." I don't say anything. I also just don't heal him. Like, I put Cardia on him and then just AoE and just follow the group in AoE, and I see him drop to like 5% HP, and then he clicks Holmgang, and I'm just sitting there assuming he's got this. Like, he said I shouldn't heal him, so I will not do anything. So he uses Holmgang, and when Holmgang has like half a second left on it, he uses Raw Intuition and immediately heals the full. And then when his Raw Intuition drops, that's when I go, okay, well now I can use Kirakoli. Like, now I can do my thing. And for the rest of the dungeon, I knew this warrior knows what he's doing. If I don't heal him, he will use Raw Intuition when he needs it. And then I'll heal him after the Raw Intuition. And he will use Raw Intuition when he needs it, when that's off cooldown. So I just need to help him bridge the gap between each Raw Intuition. And he told me that simply by showing me that he knows what he's doing in the very first pull. That dictated how we did the rest of the dungeon. I would just do nothing healing-wise until he used Raw Intuition. And if he was going to use Holmgang, well, he wasn't going to use Raw Intuition before Holmgang, so I would just do nothing until I saw him use Raw Intuition. So, like, speaking of communication, there are many ways to communicate, and if you know what you're doing as a tank, you can prove it to your healer, sub-healers, the thinking healer, as you could say, by demonstrating it. Just a moment. Harley said, if I had $1 for every time that macro got ignored, the Living Dead macro. So the problem is that with the different invulnerabilities is that when Paladin uses their invuln, it just makes anything the healer does meaningless for 10 seconds. You don't have to do anything, and if you do something, that's on you. Gunbreaker using theirs gives the healer something to do for 10 seconds. Warrior's Holmgang is just does nothing if the healer chooses to like go overboard and mega heal the tank. But the Dark Knight one is the only one of the 4 tank invulns that is actually negatively impacted in its functionality and value, like directly, if the healer doesn't listen. But it's actually pretty normal. Sometimes a macro doesn't help. Something I've said about the Living Dead macro is this. If you're about to die as the tank, And your healer is not like a master. Like, the healer isn't letting you die intentionally. They don't know what they're doing, and you're going down. You use Living Dead, and you announce that you're using Living Dead. Is your healer going to be looking at the chat? Probably not. They're looking at the party frames. They're looking at your HP. Are they looking at Living Dead? Maybe they noticed. They don't know what that icon means. They can't use it for anything because it doesn't help you right now. Or does it? So they don't react. Which is why I typically say you might, like, some players it might help to have the Living Dead announcement, but most of the players that are going to react to your Living Dead macro are the players that see your Living Dead buff and stop healing you. Like, the people that the macro works on are often the people that don't need the macro to tell them. And the people that need the macro to tell them don't have time to check chat, so they will not read it. There are, of course, some players in between, so sometimes the macro helps. But that is probably the reason why, as you said, if I had $1 for all the times that macro was ignored. A pretty funny story with that. Harley says, I should probably do some more work with to explain it at the start of the dungeon, maybe. You could do that. Like, if you plan to use Living Dead, I think if you're going to make a... So let's see what your macro says Living Dead active. The warrior that was in my group that did that whole thing, they said, I'm going to use Home Gang, please let me die. Like, he's literally telling me, don't heal me. Your macro is not telling the healer what to do about it. It's just saying I'm using Living Dead. And it's also, you could actually, if you write it with the auto-translate, if they're not playing in English, they will be able to see a name they might recognize. Although the English that follows, they might not recognize. But if they recognize Living Dead, that might help. Hey Floss, thank you so much. I hope you have a good day as well. But yeah, I had a funny story with that. So, I did a lot of Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft back in Legion. In a particular time frame, I mained Brewmaster Monk. In Legion, every class or every specialization had some sort of like signature move from their artifact weapon. The Brewmaster one, so the Monk tank one, I can't remember what its cooldown was, but it was like surprisingly short. It did some damage, and then it made it so that everyone missed their attacks against you for 3 seconds. Or basically, it made enemies miss their attacks for 3 seconds, and it worked on bosses. I think it was 3 seconds. It might have been more than 3 seconds. It might have been like 5 seconds. It was like significant amounts of time, but 3 seconds is significant in World of Warcraft. That's like 2 auto attacks or like a tank buster. But no one in my Mythic Plus, like, dungeon spamming group knew what that meant. So I would say on Discord, I'm going to use this. And I usually, like, announced my cooldowns, and most of them were like, oh, yes, Fortifying Brew, I know what that is. But when I announced that one, they just, like, were completely silent. And when we had trouble with a specific boss, and we wiped, and then I went in, and then I said, I'm using this. One of them went, I'm gonna stop you right there. None of us have any idea what that means. What does it mean that you're using this cooldown? What does that mean? So I had to explain to them, oh, makes the enemies miss for a few seconds. And then go, oh, so it's basically you're invulnerable for a few seconds. Yeah, basically. Which is not too different from your Living Dead problem, right? There's of course the difference that in World of Warcraft there's a lot of actions that are like just the name doesn't matter. And given that you can't play all classes on one character, let alone all specializations on one class, then the probability that they would know the names of anything less than the most obvious actions is minimal. And Orion says, well, to be fair, if they don't play Brewmaster and they don't know about your specific artifact weapon, true, should be mentioned that the artifact weapons were like just class specific, or well, specialization specific. There was just the one. So all Brewmasters had this particular action. It was just... most of the Brewmaster toolkit was really weird. Like, let me put it like this. I could face my back to an enemy so that I can't dodge attacks. And then when they use their tank buster, I have built up dodge chance to 100%. Face them and dodge the tank buster. And just consider that in Final Fantasy XIV terms. Imagine if you could just dodge a tank buster. And the cost to dodge it was take 3 auto attack swings. Like, clean. I'm not even sure what the Mistweaver artifact weapon did either, Ryan, but I never played Mistweaver. On my monk, I only played tank in Legion. Latte says I've mained Mistweaver since 8.3. Cool. I quit before 8. I think. I'm pretty sure Legion was 7. Let me just rewind a little bit. Puppeteer says, I might start Conjurer tomorrow with the only practice in healing as a main scenario Roulette Scholar. I would recommend trying Conjurer then. Game says the Blackest Knight helps often enough, and I find it satisfying to see it break in large bow. My advice for Dark Knight tanking is use TBN alongside a major defensive cooldown. And use TBN on cooldown. Which means don't just dump all of your MP out the gate. Make sure you have enough that you can TBN again. Castle says at the end the safest way is to just not use Living Dead. Gambler asks, how do you write with the auto-translate? So, yeah, Castle says, try to write your macro with as much auto-translate as you can. So the way that you do it, as Tristan says, tap in chat. So if you are in game, Gambler, write living in chat and then press tab. You can actually see it under my camera here. You can just see it like right there. So I write living and then I press tab. And you can see it's like green and autofill. I can also choose living shadow instead here because it's the same word. And everything that those two arrows there, or those sets of arrows are surrounding, will automatically be translated to whatever the action is called in every language. So if you have someone playing in French in your group, then they will see... I don't know what it's called. I'll get back to you on that shortly. Let's see. French. Mort vivant. Mort vivant. Knowing French, that is completely wrongly pronounced. Latte, the simple fact of the matter is that Blizzard doesn't seem to like Monk. The reason I only played Brewmaster for a fixed period in Legion is because every time Monk, or Brewmaster especially, could do some weird cheese, it got nerfed. And Brewmaster, just as an example, is a specialization built on the concept of cheesing. Like, all its special tricks are like designed to mess with boss mechanics. And every time people find ways to abuse that, they nerf it and remove it. Like, the reason why tank cooldown, like short cooldown defensives on tanks in World of Warcraft only stack up to 3 times their base duration is because Brewmasters could stack it indefinitely. Like, they could stack minutes of it. all other tanks aren't actually reasonably capable of stacking more than 3 times the base duration. So they nerfed all of the tanks to basically hide the fact that they were nerfing Brewmaster. That was when I was playing Brewmaster, by the way, and that's when I quit playing Brewmaster. Gambler says, do you punch stuff with Monk and WoW? Yes. You, for the most part, you pretty much just have your weapons on your back. They're just kind of there. Most of your attacks are with fists and feet. Yeah, monks punch, kick, and drink tea. And brew. Yeah, I mained Brewmaster in most of Mist of Pandaria. And for like a patch in Legion, I played most of the tanks in Legion. And I finished on Death Knight, which I also mained in Cataclysm and Warlords of Draenor. I like self-sufficient tanks. What do you mean there's a correlation between me playing warrior a lot? Fun fact about monks with that, Gambler. In Mr. Pandaria, the expansion where the monk class was added in World of Warcraft, their basic resource generator was called Jab, but by default, unless you had a fist weapon equipped, you would actually like grab your weapon off your back and swing it at the enemy as the attack instead of jabbing. You could buy a glyph, which was like mostly visual changes that allowed you to always use your fists, which of course made it way funnier to put like giant swords on your back or something like crossed on your back and never use them for anything. Like the joke being, well, you know time's up and you're dead when I pull out the swords, which I never do. A really close friend of mine actually also mained Outlaw Rogue in Legion, despite it not being the best. Because he was good at it. He was really good at it. He was incredibly good at like knowing when to stick to the RNG that he had, and he was really good at using Marked for Death, or what was it called, in Mythic Plus, so like fish. Nazi says, I hate how tier list is king in WoW. This is part of the reason why every time people start talking about, oh, I can't play this job because it's not the best one, it does less damage than this one, is why, like, this is exactly the reason why every time that kind of conversation comes up, I'm like, all jobs are viable. Because if we start accepting these people saying, oh, you can't play Summoner, it does less damage than Red Mage, or vice versa, then that becomes the norm, even if the damage difference is 1%. Orion says, we didn't do mythic raids, but we had a feral druid who out DPS'd pretty much everyone in our guild. He also passed pretty well, but according to him, that was because there's like 3 of us. That is actually a very interesting point, and this is something that is a lot more prevalent. Thank you for joining for Roulettes, Harley. It's a lot more prevalent in World of Warcraft because there's way more specializations to pick from, which means that there's a much bigger possibility that some specializations are just never played. Feral Druid, which is the DPS Druid that uses the cat form, is a melee DPS that has to build combos and then apply dots. And they have to do it systematically during certain buffs and stuff like that because of dodge snapshotting, which only exists for feral druids specifically. Most other specializations no longer have dodge snapshotting because it was a little broken, but it was a core mechanic in feral druids, so they kept it. And that means that feral druid is one of the hardest specializations in the game, and incidentally, when you could also play Moonkin, which is also a druid DPS, which is way easier to play, most people would just play that. Way easier. And because DPS meters are the norm in World of Warcraft, people liked to see their damage be higher when they played an easier specialization. And the reason why that matters is because, and I've brought attention to this briefly before, but let me just grab it again. Oh. The passes over here on this log, the passes is the number of people that have actually like uploaded logs in this statistic. A 100 pass, you know, the perfect execution top of the ladder pass, is if you're better than, well, 99.9% of these passes. Of all of these passes, yours is at the top of the list. A 50 pass, which is, you know, middle of the pack, but you know how it goes. If you're not above 80, it doesn't matter, or whatever. Means that you're better than half of the people that are posting passes if you have a 50 pass. If you have a 10 pass, you're still better than 10% of the people here. But that means that if you had, I don't know, let me see if I can do this. I haven't played WoW in a while. This might be a little... Let's say, for example, here comes the WoW specialization list. Wow, there's many. If you're playing a Shadow Priest... why is Shadow Priest so popular? If you're playing... wow, well, I guess why Augmentation Evokers are so popular. They're a bit overpowered right now. If you're playing a Retribution Paladin, you need to beat 28,000 or so, 29,000 players in performance to get a 100 pass. You need to beat like 23,000, 24,000 people to get an 80 pass. However, if you play Survival Hunter, you have to beat like 1,000 people to get a 70 pass. 1,000. That also applies if you're playing Outlaw Rogue. You need to beat like 2,000 people, then you're in the top 5%. Or a Frost Death Knight, apparently. You can see that it's a bit more skewed in World of Warcraft, right? And that's because in World of Warcraft... let me see if I can make the performance difference is a little weird. A little weird. And like right now it looks like all of them are pretty close to each other. But if everyone's equally good, just hypothetically, if everyone's equally good, then you'll play the easiest one. If everyone can do 10,000 DPS, but one requires that you have like full mega focus and you do everything perfectly from start to finish, and the other one just requires you to click a button every 2 seconds and you do maximum damage, then most people will gravitate towards the easier one, because a lot of people want to win. They don't want to have fun, they want to win. Harley says, what is going on with the Frost Death Knight? Difference of 0 to 100 gap? Yeah. I believe it has something to do with they have this, I don't know if they still have this, but their gimmick was usually, Latte, you can't send links in the chat. If you can explain what it is that you want to explain, that works, but you can't send links. It prevents, it's to prevent bots. But they had this mechanic called, they might still have it, called Killing Machine, which makes it so that, I believe their auto attacks makes it so that certain other actions will spend Killing Machine to make it an automatic crit. Knowing how to use that, because if you're not paying attention to it, you will spend it on the wrong thing. That is just one way to optimize it. I remember back in Legion, Frost Death Knights had this spell called, I believe it was called Breath of Syndragosa, which was like, you click it, and then it just spends resources every second to do an insane amount of damage, but it had a really long cooldown, so you had to like meter out everything so you could generate more resources to like keep it going for as long as possible. And the damage difference between someone that knew how to do that and someone who didn't know how to do that was yeah, something like this, actually. Something like this. Suffer, mortals, as your pathetic magic betrays you. Latte says it's basically a graph showing the 20 plus mythic plus title representation for each spec this week. Well, that has always been a problem. The mythic plus invitational, or what it was called, basically like tournament in running mythic plus. Imagine we had savage dungeons that had like a timer for how long you had to beat them, and they had like scaling difficulty, so you could just endlessly make it harder by increasing the HP and damage output of enemies. That's basically mythic plus. Imagine that, but as like a speedrunning tournament. What people would do is they would watch these tournaments, see what specializations people used, and go, that's the only option. That's best in slot. Why would I bring not a Windwalker monk when all of the MDI groups bring 2 Windwalker monks? It's comparable to when people said in the previous raid tier, why should I play Warrior when Dark Knight does more damage? And why in this raid tier people go, why should I play Dark Knight when Warrior does more damage? According to logs, sometimes. And also Warrior has more defensive capability when it's not magic damage and stuff. Like, people see what the best players do and go, why should I not do that? Exactly, Orion. That is actually the very, very simple solution. The answer as to why you should play Dark Knight, even if it does 0.1% less damage than Warrior, for example, is, and you might need to sit down, put down your glass of water, empty your mouth, because you like playing Dark Knight. Incredible. But in World of Warcraft, that kind of logic has dissipated. If you're playing the class or specialization that isn't flavor of the month, then good luck, because you can try and join groups. People will not let you join. They will kick you because you're not the right thing. If you make your own groups, people will join, see that you're not the flavor of the month specialization, and leave. Like, no point doing this +8 that we could easily do with you. Because we can do it slightly faster if we had something that isn't you. It's ridiculous. Cal says, but how will everyone know that I'm good but miserable? Harley, Do you mean in 6.0? Do you mean in 6.0? Because I do remember that. The first raid tier, right at the beginning, there were some incredible issues. Paladin did so poor damage that it was like, it wasn't 1%, like how it is now. It's not like a minuscule amount of damage. It was a significant damage difference. Not enough that Paladin wasn't viable, but it was big enough that everyone could see it. White Mage also had a major problem because Aflato's Misery was a DPS loss for some reason. It only did 900 potency until patch 6.1. That also meant that White Mage had massive MP issues because using your lilies was a DPS loss, and your lilies were like 1,200 or more MP saved per minute, but you shouldn't use it. Reaper was actually incredibly overpowered in patch 6.1. In fact, it was pretty funny because Reaper was really good, but the only nerf Reaper received was that the healing on Arcane Crest was cut in half. I believe it was really good at least. And since it has then dropped because everyone else got buffed around it. And then it's fine now. Game says, wasn't P8S also optimized too hard when it first released? That's correct. But here's the thing. People discovered in week 1, in full 610 crafted gear, that Warrior and Paladin and Machinist and maybe Red Mage wasn't actually capable of doing enough damage to meet the enrage timer on P8S. Which basically meant that they were not viable. Like, you could not use those jobs. And when I say maybe Red Mage, it's because I started seeing people start to discuss whether Red Mage was viable. Like, they had already killed off Warrior and Paladin and Machinist, and with the bottom 3 out of the picture, the weakest link was now Red Mage. That was the next one. And this is basically also where World of Warcraft is right now. They basically take the top 5 classes and play those, well, top 5 specializations, or the top tank and the top 3 DPS and the top healer, bring those for Mythic Plus. And don't even check the rest, because all of the rest is written off by default, of course. But they said, regarding P8S, the developer note that we got about it. The developer note we got about it was that they said that they had overestimated the fight by, I believe it was 1% or something like that. Maybe 3%, I can't remember the exact number, it is in the patch notes. Because their test team had had so much time to play around with the fight that they had basically gotten so good. They had gotten so good at the fight that when normally they go, okay, this is how much our test team can manage, we add a little bit more because the players are better. But this time, the test team was already like doing basically close to what was maximally possible. So when they added those few extra percent, they actually overbuffed it. So when they nerfed it, they didn't say how much they nerfed it by, they only told us how much they had overestimated the fight. They didn't say how much they had nerfed it. So we don't actually know, we don't exactly know what the explanation there is. I guess if you had like third-party tools, you could see the exact HP difference, but they didn't nerf it by the exact amount. They said that it was overtuned. But the thing you have to keep in mind is that people learned that in full 610 gear, you know, the equivalent of this, in full crafted gear, Warrior, Paladin, and Machinist couldn't deliver enough damage, and maybe Red Mage couldn't either. In full crafted gear, because of that, casuals, or, you know, more casual Savage Raiders, more like, wrote off these jobs as not viable. You know, the kind of players that would probably have full 630 by the time they reach P8S. Or mostly full 630. They decided that Warrior, Paladin, and Machinist, and maybe Red Mage, were not even worth considering in Savage Raiding. Period. Because they couldn't beat P8S in crafted gear. Right? That's why it's a problem when a job is seen as too weak for something. Because, let me just grab FF logs again, just to prove a point here. I've done this before, by the way. So we grab this, then I do this, whoop, and paint. So, when you look at the FF logs, thank you for coming, Cal, you see this. You see that Black Mage does this much damage, Reaper does this much damage, they're basically even, right? Like, minuscule differences. And then you have the more ranged inclined jobs down here. The people that swear by the logs and don't quite understand it, but they know that Black Mage is good and Dancer is not good and Red Mage is not good. Well, actually Dancer's good because it makes Black Mage good, but Red Mage is not good and Summoner is not good, but Black Mage very good. They don't see this. They see this. They just see this. They see this is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3, this is number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And, you know, 1 is better than 8, so... That's the problem. That's why it is so important that we focus on this and this and say the damage difference is very small. And if you're not beating the Enrage, it's almost certainly either a gear issue or a skill issue, not a job issue. Exactly, Harley. People for who this would never be a problem turned their noses up for a problem they would never have. Exactly. And this is also like... this is just genuinely an issue, and that's also why this thing with Mythic Plus and World of Warcraft is a problem. The people see the MDI runners, you know, a 5-man pre-made of 5 people on Discord or something, communicating move by move. They've probably planned out a specific strategy to clear the dungeon in an efficient way. People see this and go, that is the optimal route through this dungeon. They don't go, that is a very difficult route to take if you're not communicating with your team. We should not do that. They also go, that group composition is the only viable one. I guess I'll have to reroll to warrior now because they use a warrior. Or I have to reroll to monk because they use a monk. My specialization is not viable because it's not in the group, even though the MDI is doing a plus 28 and you've never seen a plus 16. Exactly, Harley. The party had 6 deaths and 3 damage downs and burst phase, but you didn't clear, obviously because you had a red mage instead of a black mage. Ignoring the fact that the red mage was actually the one that dealt with 4 out of those 6 deaths. Gazel says some people don't even realize that the graph doesn't start from 0. That's also true. I have a video. I don't think it's called All Jobs Are Viable, but that is basically the sentiment, where I actually have like photoshopped with paint how those FF graphs would look if it started from 0, and you can't even see the damage difference between something like Reaper and Black Mage because it's so close. It's the same with tanks, the same with with healers. Astrologian is like significantly behind when you're looking personal damage, but when you're looking RDPS, which is what often matters the most jobs are even. Red Mage wheezing flat out of MP, yeah, exactly. Why is the Red Mage dealing so poor damage? Red Mage at 0 MP that has already spent Lucid Dreaming, raising everyone. You kidding me? But yeah. In conclusion, all jobs in Final Fantasy XIV are viable. Play what you like. However, if you want to play the difficult content like Savage, you may want to accept the fact that you might not be allowed to play the job in the way that you want to play it optimally. For example, you may need to understand how to use Flesh and Contra 6 on cooldown. You may need to understand how to do your burst properly with a Paladin, or a Dark Knight, or a Gunbreaker. You may not want to start with Ifrit every time with a Summoner, just because you like Ifrit. So on and so forth. You might not... Like, you can play whatever job you like, as long as, like, you put in enough effort that it's acceptable for the difficult content that you're doing. So if you're doing casual content, it almost doesn't matter what you're doing. Earlier today, I did Bells' Wall. For anyone unsure what dungeon that is. Sloppy. And I was playing healer. I had a Dark Knight tank, and I had 2 Dragoons. One was a Sprout, and they played correctly, and one was a Mentor, and they only used 2 steps of their combo. And when I asked them about it, they said they hated the job. And that they were excited to never have to play it again when they reached level 90. What? I was just like... I was also with my Mentor crown, so I confronted them with them. That's why I know. Like, I asked them why. And the weird thing is that, on the one hand, the reward for reaching level 90 with all jobs is kinda meh. So why bother? They were level 88. They reached level 89 during the dungeon. Why bother if you hate it? And more importantly, they were playing like this. Like, that was what they were doing. On bosses, they would use Battle Litany randomly. But that was it. I think once I saw them have Fang and Clawbat as a buff on them, so they technically used full Frostbite once. I couldn't be bothered confronting them about it, and they also instantly left when the dungeon was over. Understandable. But... oh, they had their Jobstone on. I saw they were a Dragoon, not a Lancer. And even if they didn't, they would still have had full thrust, and they had Battle Litany, so that meant they had done at least this many job quests. So they had Dragonfire Dive. The weird thing is that they hated the job because melee jobs weren't their forte. So they played the job in the most boring way imaginable. I feel like that's just like... that's like a self-destructive way to play the job. Like, they would maybe have had fun with the job if they had, I don't know, looked up a guide. But I just left it. I couldn't be bothered. I was more focused on the fact that I thought it was hilarious that we had a Sprout Dragoon just nailing it, just playing nice. And then we had the Mentor Dragoon that didn't, like, play. Like, the key thing is that they weren't even trying. Like, that's what bothered me, was that they were clearly not trying. Lemon says the duality of mentorship in one dungeon. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Good on the Sprout Dragoon. I also specifically gave the Sprout Dragoon my commendation. Gazel says go level up in frontline if you don't want to play the job. You could do that. And Gamble also has that one down. Why not just not play the job? James says, I feel offended. I literally just got Dragoon to 90. I've gotten all jobs to 90, and that was like the best opportunity to learn the job, because you're doing a lot of content with the job, and you're getting the tools gradually introduced. That's why I don't recommend buying level skips. Harley says, I would like to learn how to play Monk in high-end, but I watched your guide and only understood some of the words. Sometimes you have to watch the guide multiple times. Maybe you need to reach the specific levels with the job. Maybe take it bit by bit. I recommend, like, maybe watching a part of it. Pause, practice, see if you understood it. Maybe watch it again. You could do that. You know, it's a little bit like studying. Read the book. Read your tooltip, see if you understand it. Go to the lecture, get taught what the professor or whoever, weirdo on the internet, says to do. Practice, that is doing your homework. Maybe go to another lecture, see it again. Practice some more. It's not always easy, but if you want to learn Monk, I'm sure you can. Let's see. James says, Samurai might be my preferred melee DPS, but I've grown to appreciate Dragoon as well, though I also now understand why animation locking is painful. Well, at least Jump got a little quality of life fix. Amber says, I watched a video recently about how stupid the mentors are. The mentor idea is that... The mentor idea is... How stupid the mentor idea is. Right. Gazel says, mentor is a sign letting you know how not to play the game. Well, it depends. Generally, you should not, like, the crown doesn't mean anything until the person behind the crown has proven that they know what they're doing. Like, I mentioned yesterday that I did my first mentor roulette in years, and I got Rathalos Extreme. We beat it second try, but the reason we wiped the first time was because I got hit once, which stunned me, because apparently it stuns in the first hit in the second phase on Extreme, and then I got killed before the stun ended. I couldn't do a thing, and when I got back up, before I even had a chance to breathe, I got smacked, stunned, and killed again, which spent 2 of our lives, and in Rathalos Extreme, if you have 3 deaths in total... It's just instant game over, and you have to start over. And by the way, the failure animation is like a good minute and a half, it feels like. It's really, really long. So we wiped, not because I died 3 times, I died 2 times, both times because I got hit twice in a row, and I couldn't do anything about it on the second hit every time. The second try, I didn't get hit. But the thing is, I said sorry for like dying twice. And I gave it everything I had. There was another mentor in the group, and they were a dancer that didn't turn on closed position until 2 minutes into the fight. And they spent the first minute auto-attacking mainly. So, like, they didn't expect to get something difficult either. And that's part of it, right? You get dropped into something you weren't prepared for. both of the sprouts seem to have read a guide, because they knew what they were doing. They had watched a guide, read a guide, and then queued. The two mentors were just supposed to know. Lemon says, that's what I did with Red Mage. I followed along with your guide very slowly because Red Mage is a little hard for me. Dual cast doesn't always click, and it was extremely helpful. Great! No, Ryan says, I sometimes treat openers like I'm learning a difficult Tekken combo. Learn part of it, then add on top of it. Good. You know how I make those demonstrations in my videos? The footage you see in my videos are the attempt where I get it right for 3 minutes. So I do the opener right, I do the rotation right, I do the 1 minute burst right if there is one, I do the rotation right, I get the 2 minute burst right, and then like I finish it up in the last minute. But sometimes, like with Machinist, there's been like an hour of failed attempts leading up to the successful one. And I do that by, if I make one mistake, I stop, leave, and come back, like in Stone Sky Sea. Like with cooldowns refreshed, and just take it from the top. There's no way to recover it because the footage is destroyed, like it's ruined. I have to start from the beginning. So, like, yeah, treating an opener like a Tekken combo or something and taking it gradually is actually a really good idea. I really like that one, Harley. When a jester wears the crown, he doesn't become a king. The kingdom becomes a circus. I love that. That is actually incredibly good. I love that. We shouldn't call it a burger crown. We should call it a jester's crown. Did I say you could get up? Yeah, exactly. Tristan, the second phase is after the elephant thing. The second phase is when you can't get healed anymore. And Rathalos has this specific like tail swipe looking attack. It stuns every time. Like 100%. For 5 seconds. I didn't know that. I discovered that when I did it. I was literally there. The way that Rathalos Extreme works is that it's a Monster Hunter fight. Normally, if you get hit repeatedly in Monster Hunter, if you get hit 3 times in quick succession in Monster Hunter, you get stunned. That's how it works. For some reason, on Extreme Rathalos, it's the first hit. For some reason. On Extreme. At least in Phase 2. I didn't get hit in Phase 1, so I don't know. Ilana says, today I had Burden of the Father with a mentor co-healer. They ran to me as soon as Judgment Nizzy had... So, Judgment Nizzy, well, the Judgment thing. So, Burden of the Father is the fight with the big machine with the 2 feet that you have to kill. Near the end, usually just before the fight ends, both healers get like a... One of them gets like a blue debuff with a hammer, and the other one gets a red debuff with a hammer. The way they work is if anyone gets near them, they have like a little circle. You just like hand the debuff to them too. Like a disease. If you end up with both debuffs, you just die. Just dead. So if both healers are stacked on top of each other when they get the debuff, it's just... Oh, debuff! Boom, dead. Both healers dead. And then you just have to finish the fight with no healers. You can, which is usually why people never learn this mechanic. I think I've talked about this before. If you do a difficult fight in Final Fantasy XIV and everyone fails a specific mechanic, but it doesn't wipe you, so you get a clear, then no one learns the mechanic. Like, if you somehow manage to brute force your way through the mechanic, then no one learns it. If the mechanic isn't hard enough to force you to learn it, then people will not learn it. Laughs in hard, steadfast you'll fall. You know, that has become very handy. Especially because of all the counterattacks that the weapons have gotten in Rise. Because you can sometimes get stunned through a counterattack. Latte says, I may not have my Sprout icon anymore, but I'm a Sprout in game plan and spirit. See, here's the thing. That Dragoon I talked about earlier, if they had no icon, like not Sprout and not Mentor, I would have just assumed that they might still be a Sprout. They might be just bad at the game. And it's okay to be bad at Final Fantasy XIV. That is fine. They do their best. I would say they were doing a little too poorly, like for a level 60 dungeon, especially being that they were level 89. But I was willing to take that. Like, I wasn't going to question it if it wasn't for the fact that they had a Mentor crown on. The specific reason that spurred me to question them was, you're not playing very well and you have a Mentor crown. What's happening? Like, that was the only problem, was that they had a Mentor crown. If there was no Mentor crown, then this story probably wouldn't have come up at all. I would have just been like, oh yeah, there's this weird Dragoon. Because the Mentor crown should mean that you know what you're doing. It should. And more importantly, if you're going to do something where you're not confident in your skill as a Mentor, you can just do that. You can just become incognito Mentor. You don't have to wear it. Azul says, wasn't it a crafter Mentor? Nope, they had the big crown. The one that I have. Which is the combined combat and crafter Mentor. I think it's very interesting, like, speaking of the Judgment Nisi thing, that Alexander has like 3, 4, 5 fights that require you to understand them to beat it. Gazel says, how could you be below level 90? They had other jobs at level 90. To get the full crown, you need 1 tank, 1 DPS, and 1 heal at level 90, I believe. Right? I'm pretty sure that's all. Maybe you need 1 in every role. Like every subcategory. But they could easily have that and not level 90 Dragoon. One each. Usually, that is not considered a particularly difficult task to accomplish. It's usually something with the commendations. Since you need, I believe it's 1,500 player commendations to become a Mentor, a combat Mentor. And then you also need a bunch of jobs leveled up. But not all of them. But yeah, my point is that if you're about to do something where you don't think it's a good idea to have your Mentor crown on, you can just turn it off. It doesn't cost anything. You just have to remember to do it. I've had it turned off at times, just because I wasn't like feeling in the Mentor mood. But usually I end up being the Mentor anyway, so might as well just keep it on. But if you're not about to be mentoring, then don't have it on. They probably didn't consider that was a bad thing. Probably. A long time ago, I had a friend who have a friend who's a hyper completionist. Like, they got into savage raiding because there are achievements to be had. We must get all the achievements, and the only way to get all the achievements is to be savage raider. Did all the ultimates specifically for that. Didn't know that sprint duration is doubled when not in combat. Learned that from a starter guide of mine. They leveled Black Mage only through MSQ Roulette and Frontline because they hated the job, but they needed to get it maxed. So when I randomly ran into a Black Mage in Eternal Ravel that started the dungeon by using Fire 4 a little bit, like playing the rotation properly, and then like 3 minutes into the dungeon, they started just doing this. They even used triple cast at some point before that, but then they just devolved into this. And when I complained about it in private, this friend of mine was like, I don't see any problem with that because I didn't want to learn Black Mage either. It's probably because they're trying to level the job and they don't want to learn the job. And I'm sitting there like, then maybe they shouldn't be doing a level 76 dungeon. So, yeah, I could see someone justifying that it's okay that they play Dragoon without using any more than this, and the Battle Litany every now and then. I could see someone justifying it as being totally fine. The saddest part is that just doing B3, F3 is actually worse than Ice Mage at level 76. They would have done more damage if they'd just used Blizzard 3 and then just spammed Blizzard 4 and then Blizzard 1 and then spammed Blizzard 4. They would have done more damage. James says, I would never say I have the experience to be a mentor even after a year, but it never hurts to still help others if they want to know something and you know the answer. Indeed. Absolutely agree. Just because you don't need the mentor crown to be nice. And helpful. Don't need it. Part of the reason why I use the mentor crown is specifically because I give advice in dungeons. Like, if people need it, I give advice. And I will always do that if I can. And I, given that I have a bit of a vested interest in having a positive image attached to my name, I won't be the mean guy in a dungeon or a raid. Like, if we wipe, I'm usually the guy saying, oh, well, we go again. And Geisel says, Kaizo can easily link people to his videos to explain stuff. I actually mentioned that on Discord the other day. Possibility that the person watches this. They opened the dungeon, we got Ether Font. They were Black Mage, I was healing. And they said, I'm not really sure how to play Black Mage, so sorry in advance. That meant that I immediately paid attention to their rotation. They need help, you say. Okay. I noticed that they're not using freeze. Tell them to use freeze. I see they're still not using flare, so explain use high fire 2 until you only have 1 heart left, then use flare twice. They did that. Then we get to the first boss, and they actually do like a proper ley lines, triple casts, opener with Fire 4 and everything. So I'm like, okay, they've figured out the single target rotation pretty good. They don't need help with that. It's mostly the AoE that needs some help. And we talk a little bit between the pulls, and I mentioned because they also dropped their state between pulls. They didn't use Umbral Soul, so I was like, I have a guide. Just Google my name and Black Mage, and you'll find it. And they found the guide helpful. They told me the day after. So that is actually absolutely correct, Gazel. If someone is having issues with a job and they want help, I will usually give them the short version and then say, I have a guide on this. You can just watch the guide and I'll explain it to you. Tristan says, let's see. And Gilano says, maybe they were listening to Hot and Cold. Could be. I mean, Katy Perry is nice sometimes. Harley says, I know how the jobs work. I will always try my best. I'm competent with all the jobs. It is the optimization needed for the highest end of content where I'm lacking. But that's where I have my mains. The thing is, even in Savage, you don't have to be perfect. Even in Savage, you don't have to be perfect. Like, if you're doing pretty good, that's fine. You don't need to be perfect unless you're like passing. Tristan says, I've helped people a bunch of times in content that I know. And I'm still a Sprout myself, but since I've run low-level content more than others, I'm more familiar with some of the fights. Some Sprouts are just alts. Small Kai, my alt for Saturday streams, was a Sprout. So the thing is, if a Sprout gives you advice, it's not necessarily a bad thing. They might know. Harley says, I would never queue for Savage on content or extremes on a class I wasn't sure on the optimization or openness or best rotation. Yeah. That is the thing, is that that's what I say, is like people say, what's your favorite job? Or what's your favorite role? And I will give different answers. For example, if you said, what's your favorite mage? I would say, I really like Black Mage. If you said, do you want to Savage raid? We need a mage. And I said yes. Then I would not show up to that raid as a Black Mage. I would probably show up as a summoner. Because I'm more confident in playing as a summoner in Savage raids. The same applies with any other role. That I might have a preferred one for casual content. And a completely different one for difficult content. Because I'm more confident in that job. And Angel says, only content that like ultimates require you to be pretty much doing stuff perfectly. That's true. Castle says, will there be a video about optimizing rotation for Black Mage? What do you mean? There's like a level 90 section in the level 51 to 90 Black Mage guide that goes into like the general gist of how to optimize Black Mage. It doesn't go deep into all of the transpose line stuff, but it gives like the basics. Because there's simply too much otherwise. I don't know if I'll go deeper into it than that. I have a dedicated level 90 Paladin guide specifically because Paladin got a significant change to its rotation because of a patch after my Paladin guide. Gazel says, like, in what situations you use double transpose, etc. I don't think I'm actually a good person to make a guide on that, because I'm simply not, I'm not a pure Black Mage hardcore main. So I wouldn't be able to give enough detail on something like that specifically. I might be able to, with enough testing, or enough research, but I don't think that I'm, the guide to make the transpose lines masterclass guide, which is why I gave like the the general idea. Oh right, what was that name again? Upside down reverse name. But speaking of guides, is your samurai guide still up to date, or did anything change? It's up to date. I've discovered that there is a very minor mistake in the looping rotation explanation at level 90. The mistake is, let me just find it real quick. The mistake, I've gotten a little bit away from it, but I believe the mistake is that you actually only need to do a filler every second cooldown. Well, every let me just see here. Maybe I've gotten that wrong. Right. The mistake is that the even minute filler, so the filler leading up to the coming after the even minute burst, you actually subtract 2 GCDs from it. So if you're in the speed window where you need 2 fillers, then on the after the odd minute burst, you do a 2 GCD filler, so you go Hakase Yukikase Hagakure. On the even minute, you just do nothing, like no filler, because you subtract 2. That also means that if you need 4 filler, then you would have to do 4 filler, so I don't know, Hakase Yukikase Hagakure, and do it again, depending on your skill speed. But on the after the even minute burst, you just do 1, like 1 Hakase Yukikase Hagakure. But this is like a minor thing. This is only going to become like, if you just follow the guide as is and do a filler after every burst, that is easier to follow for you because it's consistent. And more reliable, right? And the difference is going to be that over the course of a fight, your burst might like drift a little bit. But if you use your cooldowns as they come, which, like, in my experience, they should come up correctly. Even if you do double filler every time. It's more going to become a problem if, like, you keep the rotation consistent for 6+ minutes, then it starts to drift a little heavy. But that also assumes that there's no downtime or lost GCDs over the course of the fight. Gazel says, I saw some optimized rotationist stuff on the balance, but I couldn't figure out what it was saying. That's basically it, is that I have months after making my samurai guides discovered that I made this mistake. But I just want to point out that there are samurai mains that have seen my samurai guide and my samurai short and have not pointed out the mistake. So I think I'm not the only one. So yeah, to just round up on that, reverse long name, the guide is up to date. There's a minor mistake in the level 90 like optimization stuff, but you can ignore it and you will be fine. Angel says, do you mean 4 GCD filler? Well, there are many ways to do a 4 GCD filler with Samurai, because you can combine fillers. Here's an example. The only 1 GCD filler that you have is to do it like this. That's the only 1 GCD filler. Your only 2 GCD filler is to do this. For a 3 GCD filler, you actually have options, because you can do this, or this. And they're both 3. So if you come up to 4, there's nothing preventing you from... like, maybe the cooldown on Hagakure might do it. But that's fine. Like, if it's not ready, you can just do Hakase and just Hagakure then. Like, you have many, many options if you get up to, like, 4 GCD filler, but depends on your skill speed, right? That's why I was, like, vague about what the 4 GCD filler would be, because it doesn't really matter. It's only on 1 or 2 that it actually becomes really strict, because you only have one option. Harley says, the monk rotation where you do demolish every 3rd and twin snakes every 2nd is something I find incredibly hard to follow. Azul says, you can do demolish every 2 as well if you're doing casual content. Even then, you would be much better than the 2-button combo Dragoon. That's true. Actually, if you watch my level 50, so level 1 to 50 monk guide, I actually bring this up. That if you find it difficult to do the demolish every 3rd, then you can just alternate the buff combo and the no buff combo. It's a DPS loss, but you can do that. I'm thinking that the real answer here is that Harley probably knows this, but Harley doesn't want to settle for okay. It would prefer to play it right. So it doesn't matter that you have this slightly easier rotation, because it's not the best one. And I can totally understand that. And it isn't easy. Let me put it like this. When I was making my monk level 90 guide, like level 51 to 90 guide, my first, like, go, so I earlier explained, I record 3 minutes of doing the rotation perfectly. My first go, when I got, like, beyond, like, over a minute, like, a minute and a half in, I did, like, a GZD and went, wait, should I have used Demolish just then? Did I forget to use Demolish just then? And then I made a mistake because I got distracted. So I was like, well, now it doesn't matter whether I did Demolish just then. But in Savage content, or in generally content where you want to play as perfectly as you can, it's really important that you do the rotation just right. In casual content, a really, really nice thing about Monk is that the potency difference between your 6 GCDs is relatively small. So if you make a single, and also you can fix the mistake in like 3 GCDs with no big deal, Monk loses very little damage by making a big mistake in their rotation. Like if you accidentally use True Strike when you should have used Twin Snakes, because of the timing when Twin Snakes will run out, because of when you recast it every second time, you will probably still have Twin Snakes for that True Strike, and possibly the Snap Punch or Demolish that follows. So you will only lose damage on like 2 GCDs for something that cataclysmic. Compare that to Dragoon. If you start a Vorpal Thrust combo when you should have done a Disembowel combo, Disembowel is going to end like after Heaven's Thrust. Or maybe before. So 1, 2, 3, 4 GCDs, and you have a lot more OGCDs that might also be affected. So Dragoon is way more hurt by making a single mistake like that. Whereas Monk, it's you're like making them, like you're losing damage for like 4 seconds. It's nearly nothing. There's also the part that True Strike does slightly more damage than Twin Snakes. So at the end of the day, there's a little bit of like loss and gain. So it's not that bad. It's not that bad. So making mistakes on Monk is way more manageable than making mistakes on other melee DPS. So with that, I would say you should probably don't be so afraid of picking up Monk. It's not that problematic to make mistakes. It's a little overwhelming with the pace of the job compared to others, but the loss of making a mistake is balanced around it. So don't worry. Just practice. do content. The best way to get better at dealing with doing a rotation properly while stuff is happening is by doing a rotation while stuff is happening, right? Let's see, Jet says, I'm with Harley J. The twin snakes and demolish thing just takes my brain way too much power to keep running. Yeah, die sold! Another happy owner of cherry pink dye. Gasol says, I would try to at least do the general rotation as intended, maybe forget some stuff for the burst windows though. When you're learning Monk, I would say start by making sure that Brotherhood and Riddle of Fire are used on cooldown. Like, you want to use them on cooldown and then try to fit perfect balance as best you can around it. Just use them on cooldown and then learn to put perfect balance where it needs to be with time. There's some weirdness with it. Let me put it like this. If you watch my my Monk short, it goes a little fast. But that is usually the way to get like... Usually that's... I have like more than a full minute of the rotation shown there. The odd minute burst of Monk on like 193 GCD, you want to use Riddle of Fire, but you also need to reapply Twin Snakes at that very moment. So my experience practicing in like the perfect rotation, you need to go through and reapply Twin Snakes and demolish while Riddle of Fire is already there, and then you use perfect balance and do your thing and do Phantom Rush, which is extremely counterintuitive. It's like Gunbreaker using No Mercy and starting with Sonic Break, double down, 2 burst strikes, and then using Gnashing Fang combo. It's really, really weird, but it is the most effective way to do it in that specific scenario. So the best you can do is like set yourself some specific things. These 3 buffs have to be used on cooldown. And then everything else just has to work around that. Castle says, remember Brotherhood because I have Raid Wide buff in mind. My Riddle of Wind is really difficult because it's on a on an offbeat, so to speak. But I would recommend focusing on Riddle of Fire instead of Brotherhood. Because then, whenever you use Riddle of Fire, you go, okay, is Brotherhood there? So you use Riddle of Fire, and then you go, is Brotherhood there? Instead of going, I use Brotherhood. Oh, I forgot about Riddle of Fire for a minute. Like, focus on a shorter cooldown, and then use that as your tell to remind you to do something else. You can also just focus on perfect balance, but the weirdness is that you will have one charge, and like halfway to another charge when Riddle of Fire needs to be used every other time. So that's why I say focus on Riddle of Fire. But yeah, you don't need to do it perfectly. You don't need to do it perfectly. My advice is just, if you're having problems keeping track of cooldowns, boil it down to like 1 or 2. Like, for example, with Dragoon, you don't actually need to keep track of any of Lance Charge, Dragon Sight, Battle Litany, Spine Shatter Dive, Dragonfire Dive, High Jump. The only cooldowns you need to watch for is Gaius Gogul and Live Surge, because those are 2 different timings. Everything else molds around Gaius Gogul, and your Live Surge molds around your combo is Heaven's Thrust coming up. There are some optimizations with Live Surge that makes it a little bit more complicated than that, but ultimately, at a learning level, Live Surge is Heaven's Thrust coming up. And Gaius Gogul says, oh, Gaius Gogul is coming up, Live Surge, Dragon Sight, Battle Litany, Spine Shatter Dive, High Jump, Dragonfire Dive. You check all of these things when you look at Gaius Gogul. You go, oh, 30 seconds, check the list. Oh, 30 seconds, check the list. That is also why Dragoon can be a little overwhelming, because there's quite a lot of things. But you can just look at one thing. And Jet says, I'm healer now. I'm still in time for the whole thing, right? But now you're a healer. Yeah, that's my advice, is try to boil down your cooldowns to a few select things that makes it easier to keep track of. Like, I think the best example of this in practice is Summoner. I'm pretty sure a lot of Summoners don't look at Searing Light. They just click Bahamut and then Searing Light. Like, when Bahamut, Searing Light. When Phoenix, not Searing Light. Which can make it very confusing when something causes them to flip. But that's like a very clear example of when that cooldown comes up. If Bahamut, then Searing Light, else Phoenix. A fun thing is, back in Shadowbringers, when I was raid leading in the second raid tier, I was maining Summoner, of course. Because of how incredibly massive some of these spell effects of Summoner was, like summoning Phoenix, when we were practicing Furor Savage, there were certain mechanics that in our raid team was less punctuated by the boss, less punctuated by my raid leader called out, and more punctuated by, oh right, here comes Kai's first Phoenix. That means that this mechanic is coming up. I believe the first Phoenix came when the football or soccer mechanic happens with Ifrit, something like that. Can't remember exactly. Might actually be the second Phoenix, but you get the idea. Like, it was a specific mechanic that was like punctuated by Phoenix. Which was really good because I was so focused on doing my rotation and boss mechanics that I often forgot to make the raid leader call out. Well, look at the time. But I think we got over a lot of things. Weirdly, a lot of not healer things. The pressure can't mess up the rotation, yeah. Summoner had a strict rotation that was 2 minutes long. Like a loop that was 2 minutes long. Yes, you had some flexibility in certain things you could do, but there were specific things that had to happen at specific timings. Which was super strict. And one mistake on that could cost you damage for the rest of the fight. You really need to talk about healer when it ends after press glare a lot. Well, sometimes a healer has a weird burst rotation. Right. I think we've had a very nice stream. Gone very over time based on when I normally stop. However, if you enjoyed what you saw on the stream and you would like to see more of these wonderful people that you've met on the stream, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you will find some of these people. And you will also find a weekly schedule so you can see when next streams are coming, when new videos are coming, so on and so forth. I will also post new videos, announcements on that Discord first before everywhere else usually. And you can sign up to get tagged when I make such a post. That is optional. Yeah, so consider joining. Another thing is, if you did in fact enjoy this stream, then I would very much appreciate if you left a like on the stream. That helps me a lot with the algorithm and all those things. So thank you so much. Yeah, I think that's everything. Tomorrow I have a video on 6 great tips for mastering healer. It's like a variety of tips. It's like the finale of a series that has actually been started many months ago. Where the healer one was the only one that was missing. You may have seen the 6 great tips for mastering tank, mage, ranged, physical, and melee. Healer one was missing because I was distracted with other stuff. So that's being done. And then on Friday, we are covering piety. And of course on Thursday, there's the tea time. Remember, if you have a clip of yourself or someone that you have the consent of, that have a clip of doing some content you would like me to see or even review, maybe give you some pointers to get better, there's the clip review channel in the Discord, where you can post it and then we'll look at it on tea time. So consider that. I think we have 2 Black Mage clips from Gasel. Yeah, and then Saturday we have more Small Kai with more Black Mage leveling. So yes, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you Giordano, thank you Gasel, thank you James, thank you Lemon, thank you Ali, thank you Tristan, thank you everybody so much for watching and hanging out. It was a very, very nice discussion. I really appreciate you hanging out with me for so long. So, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!